Let me take you back to January 2013. A brutal tariff war has been running for years now, and Airtel's profits have been collapsing, have been falling year after year. They've been falling for 12 straight quarters. Its average revenue per subscriber, the amount of money that it makes each month from a subscriber ARPU, has fallen from 220 rupees to 185 rupees. Its quarterly profit has fallen from 2,200 crores to just 285 crores, a drop of 87%. And it's saddled with debt and interest and forex outflow because it made a very expensive $10.7 billion acquisition in Africa, which is Zen. Seeking to turn things around, Sunil Mittal decides to bring in a new CEO. That CEO is Gopal Vittal. He's a former Hindustan Unilever executive. Now, interestingly, Gopal had joined Airtel before. He joined it in 2006 as its head of marketing. He worked there till 2008 when he went back to Hindustan Unilever. Sunil brings him back, and he also announces that Airtel's existing CEO, Sanjay Kapoor, will be resigning. And this leads to an internal crisis. By the end of that year, 8 out of the 13 members of Airtel's management board, its top level leaders, have resigned. In another quarter, 5 more senior leaders have resigned. And that includes Manoj Kohli, who's Airtel's CEO of its international business, which includes Airtel Africa as well. What started out as a crisis has snowballed into a full-blown meltdown. And yet, neither Sunil Mittal nor Gopal Vittal flinch. They say it's always darkest right before dawn. And dawn had happened just a quarter ago, where Gopal Vittal led Airtel to its first rise in quarterly profits after 15 straight quarters of decline. Airtel declared about 610 crores in profit in that quarter. Today, for this most recent quarter, its profit was 7,325 crores. But this turnaround is just one small arc in a company's 30-year history. I mean, this is a company that's been hammered by India's regulators, by every wave of telecom technology you can think of, and by Reliance twice, and come back stronger each time. This is the story of 3 men. It's the boy from Ludhiana, the chartered accountant who would go on to become the 4th Mittal brother, and the soap salesman from Hindustan Lever Limited.
The best one-line bio of Gopal Vittal that I've heard so far.
Welcome to episode 3 of Intermission. I'm Rohin Dharmakumar, your co-host and also the co-founder and CEO of The Ken.
And I'm Sitaraman Ganesan, the Ken's deputy editor and your co-host.
Intermission is a podcast about the making of India's greatest companies and where they go next. What do I mean by the making of the greatest companies? Well, how they came to be, the people that shaped them, the places where they came from, the culture that makes them, how they survived, the wars they fought, how they won, and most importantly, how they're poised.
And we're sure that by telling these incredible stories, you'll be able to figure out what happens with these companies as they face newer rivals, newer markets, and well, a changing India.
Now, before Airtel, before Bharti, before Sunil Mittal, there's Ludhiana, a small industrial city in Punjab. It's founded in 1480 by the Lodi dynasty as a military outpost on the Delhi to Lahore road. It sits on the Grand Trunk Road. It's at the junction of several rail lines, which is what makes it a natural agriculture market over time. The interesting thing is Grand Trunk Road. Now, when I was researching this, do you know that the history of what we know as the Grand Trunk Road traces back to 3rd century BC? The first version of it is built by the Mauryan Empire, which was flourishing back then. It's a road that connects Patliputra Pataliputra, which is Patna,
Hmm.
to Khurasan, which is in Afghanistan. It's the road that's used by almost every traveler who had to cross the Khyber Pass and enter into what's called the Hind. Now, this road is taken by invaders like Ghori and Ghazni. This road reaches all the way deep into Bangladesh. Today, this road connects four countries and the four capitals of those countries, which is Kabul, Islamabad, New Delhi, and Dhaka.
Oh, I didn't
And,
know that.
and this road covers 2,500 kilometers. Now, I've lived in Delhi. I've traveled on this road. It was called, all of us knew it as GT Road. Of course, we were kids. No one really thought about what's GT Road. Like it's like MG
Yeah,
Road.
like SV road. Okay.
Right.
I
Or
didn't.
MG
Yeah,
road in
yeah,
every, right? So it's
yeah.
like GT road.
Hmm.
But now when I actually researched this in the context of, I realized, wow, I mean, this is an incredible road. The British come in to India and over the years, they upgrade this road and make it into a motorable road and it becomes the Grand Trunk Road, which is GT road. Now, as part of this upgrade, in 1870, the Delhi to Lahore railway line turns Ludhiana into the main trading center in Punjab. So Ludhiana's rise is because it's poised on this very important road, which is important to trade. And that lays the groundwork for everything that follows later with Ludhiana. After the British come in, there is a modern industrial pivot that happens in Ludhiana. The British introduce mechanical knitting machines in the late 19th century, which spurs the first the shift from agricultural to
So
mechanical
right
and
after the Industrial
industrial.
Revolution.
That's right, right? And it essentially sparks a small scale textile and hosiery ecosystem. What happens next is both sad and interesting because the partition leads to an influx of Hindu and Sikh refugees that are fleeing, West Punjab, which now goes into Pakistan, like places like Sialkot, Lalpur, and Lahore. But it is also an accelerator. You can actually call it the sort of refugee spirit vibe.
I mean, actually, when you mention Ludhiana and partition, which is obviously one of those unforgettable tragedies, right? Not just for India, but for mankind in general. I realized Sadat Hassan Manto, one of the greatest chroniclers of partition and its after effects, was actually born in Ludhiana.
So this wave, of course, it's a two-way displacement. There is a displacement of people who lived in Ludhiana who moved to Pakistan, largely Muslims, artisans, etc. And there is a reverse displacement of refugees that come into Punjab and into Ludhiana. Now, this wave essentially brings with it families and people who must build up from nothing,
Yeah.
right? Because they've lost everything that they had, right? It's intense and gritty resilience. The atmosphere shifts into this hyper aggressive, desperate hustle for survival. It transforms what were earlier calm residential alleyways into small, impromptu home factories. And the vibe is very aggressively self made, everyone for themselves. The dominant business class are all first generation industrialists who have arrived as refugees.
You
And
could have had a thriving business in Pakistan, but
they,
you now have nothing.
yes,
Yeah.
they come in typically as families with one trunk,
Yeah.
with whatever belongings they can find, and they have to rebuild everything from scratch. And that reflects in the city's culture as it evolves. Long working hours, joint family firms, an intense appetite for risk, and low social pretension because everything is wiped out, everyone is on the same clean slate. By the 1960s and 70s, Ludhiana has rapidly diversified away from the textiles that British had introduced them into precision light engineering. It becomes India's hub for bicycles, sewing machines, auto components, and diesel engines.
Oh.
It's called the Manchester of India,
Mm.
reflecting the
Yeah.
industrialization that happened in Manchester. Punjab Agricultural University is founded in 1962. That anchors Ludhiana as the technical brain behind India's green revolution. because it leads to tractors, threshers, tube well pumps, diesel engines, which sort of becomes the fourth industrial pillar. Now, the commercial landscape at this point is dominated largely by Hindu and Sikh Khatris. Now, the Khatri family, some of them you may know, which is they founded Hero Cycles, Atlas Cycles, A1 Cycles, Aroras, and Agarwals, who are Banyas. They possess generations of mercantile experience. I mean, a lot of it brought back from Pakistan, right? And experience in banking, distribution, and trade. Now, any cycle part, any hosiery yarn or machine dye could be sourced typically within 5 kilometers because they have their family networks or networks of those family networks.
So the supply chain is all within the city.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's intense, it's self-made, it's chaotic, and it's fiercely independent. This was a town that was defined by the jugaad philosophy, mastering the art of replicating and improving imported Western machinery with minimal resources. The Munjal family of Hero, refugees, Vardhman and Oswal mills, which is hosiery, yarn, sweaters, etc. Again, refugees. A1 Cycles, Pawa brothers. Atlas Cycles, Kapoor family. There's this phrase that captures the essence of Ludhiana, and that I came across while reading up about the Hero Cycles family, the Munjal family. And there is this book which was written by Sunil Munjal, in which he says, once one of my uncles came around to the idea of manufacturing bicycles, a confident "ye bhi kar lenge" resounded around the Munjal residence and workplace. Now, this phrase "ye bhi kar lenge," which is "we can do this too," encapsulates the essence of enterprise in Ludhiana at this point. I'll read out a bit more from the Hero family's history, which is all through the 1960s and 70s, both Dr. Brijmohan Lal Munjal and his brother O.P. Munjal shared a single house, each living along with their 5 children, and also shared a single car between them. Both the brothers used to brush their teeth in the morning in the wash basins that were located in opposite directions in the veranda of their home, and while doing so, look in the mirror and exchange notes about the business. Right through the 60s and 70s, this morning ritual of discussions and enjoying their morning cuppa afterwards, sitting there, continued. Ludhiana was, and arguably still is, a city that respects only the balance sheet.
I guess you could say this about quite a few cities in India, right? They're all about enterprise.
Yeah, and if we were to kind of probably trace that back, maybe a lot of them will lead to post independence activity, etc. Gurcharan Das, who wrote this fantastic book called India Calling, says that the Banyans understand risk, working capital, and net profit from childhood. This is the city where Satpal Mittal is born on 6th March 1931. By the time it's partition, he's 16 years old. He starts with social work. He works as a volunteer at a relief camp for refugees coming in from Pakistan. He has an intercaste marriage. He's a Banya. He marries a woman who's a Khatri, which created a furor at that time, forcing them to adopt the surname Bharti.
Oh.
He is a Banya, but I think he prefers politics to business. He becomes a youth leader in the Congress party, then gets elected to Punjab's Legislative Council, then becomes a state minister, finally becomes a Rajya Sabha MP in 1976. He's elected again and then he's nominated. So he's a 3-time Rajya Sabha MP. He has 3 sons. 1955, Rakesh Mittal, 1957, Sunil Mittal, and 1960, Rajan Mittal. These are the 3 Mittal brothers. Fast forward to 1976. Sunil he's just 19, and I think about it often, right? Like, he's already set up his first factory. It manufactures bicycle components. To set that up, he's taken a loan of rupees 20,000 from his father.
Actually, I found a very interesting piece of trivia on this from this book, Telecom Wars by Dipali Gupta. We talked about the Munjal family of Hero. So after borrowing from his father to set up this factory, Obviously, things didn't go well right at the start of this venture. And Sunil Mittal actually borrowed 5,000 rupees from Brijmohan Munjal. And he was okay giving him the money, but he told him, don't make a habit out of this.
Yeah. To come back to Sunil Mittal, he started bicycle components. He's borrowed 20,000 from his father and 5,000 from
Brijmohan Munjal.
Brijmohan Munjal. Over time, he expands into yarn and then into cold rolled steel. So you see where it's going, right? There is no logic to go from bicycle components to yarn to steel.
ये भी कर लेंगे.
ये भी कर लेंगे. Fantastic. He takes a train and truck down to Mumbai's bazaars to sell steel sheets himself. That's a kind of ambition. Now, Sunil is forged in an environment where adversity births opportunity, where survival fuels ambition, and where balance sheets are the only undeniable truth. But by now, Ludhiana is too small for Sunil's ambitions. He's leaving Ludhiana stronger for it. Sunil's pattern from very early is this: find a protected business that the big business houses don't care about. He doesn't realize it yet. He'll discover that the big business houses are uninterested because they usually want someone else to take the initial risk of proving that there's a large enough market. 1980, he, along with his brothers Rakesh and Rajan, set up Bharti Overseas Trading Company. It's an import business. If you remember the 1980s, I remember there was a lot of these EXIM businesses, export,
Yeah.
import.
Yeah.
So this is Bharti Overseas Trading Company. It's an import business.
The barriers to entry were pretty high, right? Not everyone could import stuff into India. So if you managed to get a license to do so, then you had a serious advantage over others.
You use the correct word, license, because this is the license Raj era. India around this time has set up an Indo-Japanese trade corridor. A Suzuki representative shows up wanting to meet him. The representative selling generators. Sunil is still just 23. He sets it up. The generator business roars. It's successful. This is great, except now it gets big business houses interested.
I mean, I would imagine that a lot of these big names were interested in this because this is a time of extended power outages. Right?
But sometimes someone still has to prove that there's a large enough market. And it's interesting enough that government starts issuing local manufacturing licenses to the Birlas and Shriram Group. And then in 1983, it abruptly bans imports. This is a story that we've seen play out time and time again in India over the years. It plays out. Sonal's had a great 2-year run, but it's over. But he's tested the foreign partnership model and it's worked. He's also got his first taste of discovering a market only to find it taken away by larger rivals and bureaucratic regulations working together in tandem. He now hunts for the next venture. He goes to a trade fair in Taiwan with his brother Rajan. He spots push button phones from this company called KingTel. Now, I grew up with rotary phones.
I remember those two. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You picked up a phone, and before you could make a call, you had to listen to a dial tone. Now, have you ever wondered what the dial tone is? A dial tone is essentially the connection has been established between your phone and the exchange, and the line is available to make a call. So sometimes you would pick up the phone, there was no dial tone, which means you couldn't make a call. Inside the phone, there was a literal bell. Because when the phone rang, you could hear the bell. You know, bells, real bells have this very distinct ring kind of sound, right? And then, of course, over the years, I remember as the rotary phones gave way to push button phones. In getting the first push button phones, and when you press those buttons, you could hear the tone. And that was such a novel thing.
And these phones were prized. I remember when I was a kid, this guy used to come every month to clean the phone, and we would be obsessed with this perfume he would put on the phones right after he was done. So he would get this little kit
Huh.
And the same guy came for years. He would open the kit, wipe the phone, and then he would take out this little thing, and then he would give us a little to smell.
What a wonderful memory.
Yeah.
The other memory, you know what I have of phones during that era? Locks. There would be these locks that you could put on the rotary
Yeah.
dial pad. So you lock it so that no one can, once it's locked, you can't, it doesn't move. And once it moved to push button telephones, how do you put a lock on a push button telephone? So you have these small boxes
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you would install and the box would close and you could lock that box. Long distance calls, you still had trunk calls. We had to call up the operator and request a call to be placed. And then when the operator finally got that capacity, she would call you back and said, like, the trunk call, your trunk call is now ready to be placed, right? Now, to come back to Kingtel and push button phones, again, the catch is importing phones is prohibited. It's the license Raj era. But Sunil finds a solution. And I quote in his own words, I had to break them down in Taiwan, get them as parts, and reassemble them in India. And that's how India's first push button telephones are born and how my romance with telecoms started. This is classic jugaad. By 1992, Bharti is one of India's strongest telecom terminal businesses. A terminal essentially means like a device on which you place calls, consumer end devices.
Do you know what the brand was called? The Kingtel phones that he brought in?
Vitel?
No, it was called Mitbrau. So Mittal brothers in German. So he wanted a very foreign sounding name. And then I think that apparently caught Siemens' attention. What is this German sounding brand in India? And then they met the brothers, and that's how Beetle was launched. Interestingly, before I left the hotel for the recording, I saw the phone in the room. It was Beetle. And it continues to exist today. I mean, and to think that this was urban India's introduction to Sunil Mittal's empire, right? It's fascinating.
Over the years that he's built this business, he figures out a new insight, which is modularity. Now, unlike other industrial business groups, etc., unlike say steel plants, telecom, he figures, does not need capital investment, which is money committed in one go. In any other sector, if you're setting up a cement plant, you want to go into real estate, you want to build steel, etc., it takes a lot of money to set up a factory and then you essentially, before you can realize. But he realizes that in telecom, you scale in modules. You can build a capacity for an exchange up to 5,000, 10,000, and once that's reached, then you can build. So he figures out that this is a great business because you can invest as the business grows rather than in a lump shot. And this modularity is one of his interesting learnings from it. The Indian government is the only entity that is actually allowed to provide phones. There are midnight queues at phone booths. There would be these STD, PCO phone booths where people would queue up because the rates would drop at 10 p.m. at night, and so people would queue up to make calls, etc. And of course, there are constant outages, right? Just because you had a phone line doesn't mean that the phone line is always working. The state of affairs is so bad that if you had a kid and you put in the paperwork for a phone, you would typically get it years later by the time your kid was kind of grown up. As Akhil Gupta, one of the most consequential Airtel executives who we'll introduce later, would say, even up to 1995, the biggest favor anyone could do for you in India was to get you a phone.
95?
Do you remember what the number of your first phone was, though, since we're talking about?
Yeah, I actually just called my dad before we began the episode.
So you didn't remember?
No, I did remember, but I didn't know. I was a little confused because it was 4 digits, then it became 5, then it became 6. Apparently, it was 3 earlier.
Wow, I thought I had like a 6-digit number and that was unique, and you beat me to it with a 3-digit number.
Yeah, which I'm not aware of, but
What was it?
that was 374. Then it became 3988, and then it became 23988. Then it became 2223988.
Right, so my first phone number, which I still remember, was 353545 when I was growing up as a kid in Delhi. And of course, over time, it became like, 7 digits, 8 digits. And these days, of course, we have like, 10-digit numbers, etc. Right? Have you forgotten? I'm talking about mobile
Mobile numbers,
phones,
yeah.
right? Cut to 1991, the Department of Telecommunications, or DOT, they put out an ad in the newspapers. They asked for bids for the right to provide mobile telephony. There are two parts to it. They're looking for technical and financial muscle. And the interesting part is, applicants don't need to put down a lot of money. They just need to demonstrate that they have backing from international partners.
This is very interesting, and actually, this sort of plays into what the Mittal brothers want to do. There's a very interesting quote I found in a 2006 Forbes piece where Rajan Mittal said on the Siemens partnership, the best way to get a jump start is to fly on the wings of larger players. So they knew that they were small and they needed someone else's support, and that's exactly what the government said too.
Yeah, and in this era, you have to remember that joint ventures, which is an Indian company partnering with a foreign company, was prevalent. In fact, it was the norm because there didn't exist a lot of local manufacturing or like technological know-how around things like telecom. So the only way you could do that was by partnering someone else. Right? The DOT ad, Sunil is apparently in Goa when he reads the ad. He decides on the spot. He leaves the factories that he's running to his brothers Rajan and Rakesh, and he relocates to London for the next 60 days to learn about an industry about which he has no clue. How does he do that? He pays specialists to teach him. I quote, I took leave of absence from my small company and told my brothers, don't ask me where I am or how much money I'm spending. He called it the best bet of his lifetime. I agree wholeheartedly with him. At that point, he, I think, ended up spending a crore or even more than that, which was 20% of his profits that between he and his brothers they were making. He says that he ended up spending a more than that to teach himself. Remember, he's not even spending that money to get a license, to set up this thing. He's paying others to teach him about the business. Best investment he ever made. Comes back to Delhi, sets up shop on the top floor of this building called Devika Taj in Nehru Place, which today is where there's a lot of electronics, telecom business, etc., small scale that takes place. It's the same building where there's a competitor, Analjit Singh of the Max Group, who's also in the running. Try and get a telecom license somehow.
And I think his brother has been given ran backseat. So
That's
he's
right.
got to figure out something for himself.
So between these two offices, they're vying for the license, but they're not exactly enemies because there's certain, camaraderie between them as both on young entrepreneurs trying to find their way. It's not that one of them is a much powerful entrepreneur, so he wants to squish the other person, right? They're like, fine, we're both running for it. No reason why we can't work together. There are runners between the two offices, the two desks. Apparently, lots of chai, lots of black label after 7 p.m. Right? This is Delhi. It's Analjit Singh and Sunil Mittal. And then there's a 2-month run up to the submission of bids. He needs to find an international partner because that's what's required. He finds a French company called the SFR Group. Later on, this company would go on to be known as the Vivendi Group, the mobile telecom operator. The introduction is made through a common friend who's an ambassador. Now, obviously, SFR has never heard of Sunil Mittal. They give him a half-hour meeting on a Saturday. The executive's name is Michael Villeneuve. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. He turns up because he thinks it's a courtesy call. I don't know who Sunil Mittal is, of course, but let's see, what do I have to lose? The meeting spills over to lunch. And at the end of the meeting, Villeneuve tells Mittal, have your lawyers draft something up for Monday. This is Saturday. And, he's French, he's European. He must be thinking that Monday itself is like a stretch goal, but he says, have them draw up something by Monday. Sunil, the impatient and ambitious entrepreneur that he is, doesn't wait. He asks the office secretary for time, drafts up the memorandum of understanding MOU himself on the spot with no legal background and no AI and LLMs to assist him. Instead of impressing Villeneuve, it alarms him. because he's not used to this. How did you just make this up on the spot by yourself? But still, he's also impressed and he signs it. Monday morning, surprise, surprise, there's another bidder. The rumor is it's Rajiv Chandrasekhar's BPL, which is also getting into mobiles.
And Rajiv Chandrasekhar has just come back, if I'm not mistaken, from the US. He
Yes,
went there to study and he is married into this family which owns BPL.
that's right.
Right?
He calls SFR for the same partnership. SFR says it's already taken, but the call still shakes Michael Villanov of SFR. He decides to annul the contract that he signed with Sunil Mittal. Sunil figures it out, calls him on the phone, pleads. There was something that you felt when I saw you and you signed on the same day. Stay with that same instinct. What is there to lose? Villanov honors his word and stays in. A rare thing
Mm.
in the world of business, but he decides to stay in. Finally, it's bid submission day. Rajan Mittal arrives at the Department of Telecom with several heavy cartons of paperwork. Again, a familiar sight if we are everything from the Indian budget to regulatory submissions is usually measured in cartons. On the way up to what's called Sanchar Bhavan or telecom building on the 13th floor, he runs into a Tata Group executive named Zaid Beg who looks empty handed. So he asks him, "Where's your application?" Beg taps a single thin file under his arm and says, "This is it." The Mittal brothers realize that in Delhi, within the the zones of power, rules work differently depending on which business you are. But the Tatas don't get a license and they
Maybe
are
they should have
miffed.
gone with a big stack of
I
papers.
don't think it would have made a difference because that's not how things work in bureaucratic Delhi. They don't get a license and they are miffed and they take the DOT to court and there's 3 years of litigation. It finally goes to the Supreme Court where the Tatas say that they've been excluded arbitrarily.
To the whole grading thing that they had, right? I found something very interesting. So you each bidder was assigned points based on some technical and financial criteria. Apparently, the total was 95 and not 100. So most likely they dropped the criterion at the last moment and they forgot to redo the math. So it remained 95.
I did not know that. Entirely possible. And the grading and this mechanism of awarding licenses was what was called a beauty contest, right?
But why beauty contest?
A beauty contest because people are given points based on these criteria. By the way, I must admit, I have no idea how beauty contests are graded
But I
these days.
guess, I mean, the reason why they call it, this name, they even thought
It's
of this.
subjective.
Yeah, and also this was the time of, the
Beauty
Miss
contest,
India and
yes.
Miss Universe being
Yes.
followed very closely, like Aishwarya Rai and Sushmita Sen. So I guess it's around the same time, right? Mid 90s. So
Yeah, I don't think any loser of the beauty pageant ever took them to court saying you
yeah, that's
dropped the
true.
criteria and it didn't add up to 100. But that's what happens. Finally, it would be almost 3 years. It's November 1994 by the time things are sorted, and there are 8 final licensees after the High Court, Supreme Court. Everyone has heard this, and Tata does not win. It does not get one of the licenses in India's first expansion to mobile
Only four
telephony.
cities, right?
Only 4 cities: Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Chennai. Each city gets its own pair of duopoly operators. Now, you could argue that the DOT had the foresight to realize that duopoly is the natural nature of telecom and started with duopoly, and then we ended up taking a long scenic route to get there today. But that's how it starts. 4 cities with 2 operators each. One of the operators is this company called Sterling Cellular. It opens up pre-registrations for mobile phones and shuts it down after 36,000 people show up with cash. A phone was bundled with the connection, but it was a Sony phone. It cost 80,000 rupees. For context, 80,000 rupees back then in 1994 to today would be about 6.5 lakh rupees in 2026. In 1994, gold was roughly 4,600 rupees per 10 grams. I mean, 80,000 rupees could get you 173 grams of gold back then. Today, that same amount of gold would cost you 13 lakhs, to just give you that sense. And of course, let me give you another example, which is the Maruti 800, the car which was like, the default back then, right? A Maruti 800 cost 1.6 lakhs in 1994. So 80,000 was a lot of money, and yet there were people who wanted those. In Mumbai, I mean, I'll tell you who the players are. In Mumbai, there's BPL Mobile, which is Rajiv Chandrasekhar, BPL Mobile and Hutchison Max. In Calcutta, there's Modi Telstra and Usha Martin Telecom. In Chennai, there's RPG and Skycell. And in Delhi, there's Sterling Cellular and Bharti Cellular.
But there were so many flip-flops, from the first announcement of winners to the final list. In fact, Bharti actually ended up being a winner in all four cities, right? And then, Analjeet Singh, Sterling Cellular, BK Modi's company, they were all disqualified. Then they appealed. Then that was overturned. They were back in. Then Max was top, Analjeet Singh's company was top of the provisional list. Then again, they were thrown out because the CFO forgot to sign one of the many forms. And then finally, when the list was out, you saw that, and Mittal had Bombay first, Delhi first, and then it got Bombay. So it was just so many flip flops. And finally, when you got the list, it was completely different from the first one.
Yeah, and that is what I was alluding to earlier, the power of bureaucratic regulations, which essentially ensures that some get favored over the
Yeah.
other through arbitrary
Yeah.
rules, right? So Sunil Mittal and Airtel almost lost out in this round, but they sort of lucked out because they get one circle, and that one circle or that city is Delhi. That's how they start. 1994 is when I left Delhi for college, for Bangalore. Sometime over the next few years, I would end up using my first mobile phone. It was a Nokia 2110. It was the phone that popularized that very famous Nokia ringtone. It had SMS messages. It had an extendable antenna. We've forgotten these days that forget extendable, we don't even see antennas these days, it's all hidden, right? It had a revolutionary user interface, which was essentially those two soft touch buttons at the bottom, which would change based on what the phone showed. It wasn't mine, it was a friend's. I mean, I wouldn't have a phone for all of my graduation and undergraduation, right? My next phone, which I tried by a friend, was a Siemens S4. I really loved that. Back then, there was, in some senses, it was like this magical golden period. There was no KYC. So you could go up to stores, Airtel stores, and you could sort of give invented addresses and names, and you could get SIMs, and you could insert them in phones and go wild making phone calls, because, well, phone calls were like 16 rupees a minute, etc., and stuff like that. And when after some time you would make enough calls, you would not have paid
Yeah.
that bill. I'm not saying I did it. I'm just saying that it happened in the larger scheme of things. I was in a hostel, and in our hostel there was just one phone on the ground floor per block, and everyone would wait for 10 p.m. To either make calls or receive calls, because 10 p.m. is when the call rates would drop, right?
But this was quite common even in STD booths, right? Scheduled trunk dialing booths all around the country.
STD PCO booths,
Yeah.
public call office.
And someone would say, okay, I need to make, this is like withdrawing money twice in an ATM, right? Someone will be like, I need to make a call, come out, right? And you see this sort of, the billing machine, you see the paper coming out and you see how much it is, right? It
Yes.
was,
As you're speaking, there would be these
yeah, display.
these red LED
Yeah.
display boards that showed how many
Yeah.
minutes and how much you've accumulated. So it's almost like, you go in with a budget, and then if somebody's decided that they're going to have a 30-minute call because they have the money for it, they're just going to sit inside. So many of these,
Yeah.
like, they're my classmates, they're talking to their girlfriends in a different city. And from the outside, everyone is like, get out, get out. And that guy is like, it doesn't matter. I'm going to speak till my money runs out,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So if you got in, you got in. That's the era that we're talking about. And these licenses that are issued to these mobile companies in these four cities, they're valid for 10 years. But there is an obligation to pay substantial license fees to the government. And in the early stages, these licenses are still bundled with spectrum, because the mobile telephone, so they need spectrum, which meant that anyone who received the license had both the permission to operate and the spectrum bundled with it. There's a lot more to Sunil Mittal's and Airtel story, but before we get into that, Let's just take a step back and let me ask you, Sita, did you remember how much of effort went into this story?
Quite a bit. A lot more than we thought there would be when we started working on this podcast, right? The number of people involved in this. We have a dedicated researcher for this, 3 producers, and someone working on our interactive graphics, and an entire team of designers and product folks putting together the microsite.
It's almost like we've created another mini organization within the
Oh,
Ken to
absolutely.
work on
Absolutely.
Intermission. And while I thought that this is the third episode, by now we'd be spending much less time, compared to the first one. It somehow seems to have only increased.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
And the thing is, we're used to putting a lot of effort at the Ken on the stories that we work on. But at the end of it, we pay all those stories and becomes part of a subscription.
Yeah.
In the case of Intermission, we're doing, multiples of what we normally do on any story or product that we build, and we're making it available free of cost.
Yeah, I mean, that comes at a cost.
Yeah. And I think it's only fair that I'll completely admit it. I don't think we would have taken something as ambitious and made it available for everyone unless we had the support of Zerodha.
Yeah. I mean, we're really grateful for their support.
I want to take a quick moment to zoom out and talk about something that we take for granted, which is mobile telephony. It's almost like magical once you start to understand what's really going on. So, when we make a mobile call, it begins with a very simple handshake. Your phone is kind of constantly listening to nearby cell towers and comparing their signal strengths. And the moment it figures out this is the strongest one, it registers silently with that. When you press dial, your phone essentially sends radio signal, the radio burst on a small slice of licensed spectrum. It is a very specific frequency that the operator has probably paid billions of dollars to the Indian government for. And now that tower catches that burst and checks, is this SIM legit? Remember, I mean, the early days of, there was none of that, right? And do they have credit? And who is this person that they're calling? And just within a few seconds, the voice starts flowing through data packets. Now, none of this, even though we call it wireless telephony, is truly wireless end to end. Your voice is wireless when it goes from your phone to probably a kilometer to whichever is the nearest tower. After that, it usually gets switched over to fiber optic lines that carry it to anywhere in India, say 2000 kilometers away, zipping at the speed of light, 200,000 kilometers per second. If you really think about this, I mean, it's wireless only in the last leg of it, right? In 1995, this period that we're talking about, most circuits, like most mobile or telecom networks actually use what's something called circuit switching. A circuit switch call meant that if you make a call, there is a circuit which is established between your device and the person that you're calling, and for the duration of that call, that circuit stays active. Think of it almost like an electricity line, right?
Okay.
It doesn't matter whether you're speaking, not speaking, etc. That circuit stays active during that time. But today and over time, everything has gone from circuit switch to packet switch. Packet switch essentially means your voice is broken down into hundreds of packets, and these packets are data packets, and they sort of flow into this massive digital river containing millions of other packets. And those packets could be YouTube videos, they could be reels, they could be emails, and they're shot across the country. And at the other end, between the towers and the smartphone, it's reassembled. The appropriate packets are reassembled, converted back into voice, where voice just becomes another form of data. This is what's largely happening today. In 1995, India had roughly 80,000 mobile phones, and a 1 minute call to the next city cost a laborer roughly 2 days of wages, a 1 minute call. Today, India has 1.15 billion phone connections, and roughly 900 million of them have broadband data and a 1 gigabyte download. which is enough to stream 2 hours of video actually, costs roughly the same as a cup of chai.
Wow.
That's the distance that we've come. But Sunil Mittal, back in 1995, has zero experience in building all of this. Now he has to build these networks, and that's going to take money. It's going to take a lot of money. Fortunately, it's just the right time for him to find Akhil Gupta. A bit about Akhil Gupta. Akhil Gupta is born in December 1955, roughly 2 years before Sunil Mittal himself. He starts his career as an independent chartered accountant in the early 80s. He first meets Sunil Mittal at a social meeting, not a business one, roughly 1980. He's a freshly minted CA. He's introduced to Mittal at a Diwali party at a common friend's home. Again, like one of those very plausible meetings in Delhi. There's always Diwali parties at common friends' homes in the 1980s. What drew them to each other was apparently the risk taking ability of either of them, which was apparently became evident at a game of cards that followed after the fireworks show. Again, de rigueur, right? Like, if there is a Diwali party in Delhi, there must be, it is a truth universally acknowledged that there will be a game of cards following it. That's how the two meet each other. They keep in touch over the years. Their paths cross again in the early 1990s when Akhil Gupta's chartered accountant firm is appointed auditor for the Bharti Group companies. Cut to 1994, Mittal is a few months away from getting a cellular license for Delhi, and he makes Gupta an offer to join him over dinner at the Oberoi in Delhi. In Akhil Gupta's words, he asked me if I wanted to become an entrepreneur. Remember, he's a chartered accountant, and get into the industry, to which I said quite enthusiastically yes. In his words again, I wanted to do something big that would impact people's lives. It was a big break. We got a big canvas, and it was left to us to fill it with whatever colors we wanted. Akhil Gupta would go on to become the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer for Bharti Airtel between 1995 and 2000, and then he would get elevated to become Joint Managing Director in 2001. But back to December 1995, now the government decides to issue 34 licenses across 18 telecom circles. Remember, the first set of licenses are issued only in 4 cities. Now they are broadened and widened to include states as well. This is the first time they're being offered at the state level. Now, you can't just do that without enabling legislation. So, for the first time in India now, there is an overarching legislation that comes into place. It's called the National Telecom Policy, or NTP. It's called NTP 1994. That opens up the country to private players in two types of telephony. One is called basic, which is essentially wired telephony, and cellular or wireless telephony.
So, Bharti and a few others have already got the license to have cellular services in 4 cities before the telecom policy.
That's right. And now this is being expanded to cover 18 additional circles. Now, each circle, now this is where it starts to get complex. The story of Indian telecom and regulations is this incredibly dense and confusing story, right? Each circle has its own specific high bid value, which means that if you're bidding, so this is an auction, this is the first time around, it's no longer a beauty contest, right? So operators now got to bid to win the right to offer cellular telephony in a particular state. Let's say it's Karnataka, let's say it's Punjab, let's say it's Himachal Pradesh. Now let's say multiple people bid in that. The person with the highest bid wins the license. But now others, whoever wants a license, has to match the leader's bid.
Speaking of irrational bids, among all the bidders in this auction, the one that caught everyone's attention was this little known tea trader named Mahendra Nahata. He had formed a joint venture with a state-owned company in Himachal Pradesh, and he'd won a few contracts. I think there was a contract to basically connect different parts of a district administration with the headquarters. And he actually puts in a bid worth 85,000 crore for 9 circles. And he's the largest bidder in all these circles. And this was several times his net worth. He doesn't have this much. So everyone's like, who's this guy? Does he have this money? He doesn't. He probably doesn't expect to win all these, but he does end up being the largest. So then the government introduces a change in the policy. It says you can only have 3 circles. Then this becomes a huge controversy because the telecom minister Sukram, he has an association with Nahata, and Nahata apparently was one of his advisors. And there is a raid at Sukram's home, and apparently there is a diary which has a name which is very similar to Nahata. So all kinds of controversies. And this particular name, Nahata, is very, very significant in the history of Indian telecom and will make an appearance again roughly 15, 16 years later. We'll get to that.
I know what you're hinting at. But this moment that we're talking about is also when Indian telecom regulation sort of, changes. As you see, what's happening is that it's starting to now attract people who are probably not real operators. Up till now, the players who've been bidding in the first round, etc., those who actually want to set up a network and run mobile networks. But now it's clear that there's money to be made here. There is value in licenses and spectrums. So it starts to attract speculative bidders. It starts to attract people who have no intention of ever setting up. I mean, to use this example, I don't think it's anyone's argument that Mahindra Nata ever intended to set up a pan-India network and run it across, right? Also, the other part is telecom regulation now starts to become ad hoc. Someone does something, so they go back to the rule and say, you can't do this. Then somebody else does something, then you say, no, this you can do, but if you stand on one leg and hold your ear while doing this at the same time. This sort of subjectivity would only magnify over the years. The license conditions are heavily front loaded, which means that not only are you forced to match the highest bid, but approximately 57% of the total payment of the net present value of the payment that they bid for is due within the first 3 years. Now, telecom networks are built and amortized over a long time, but here you need to pay almost 57% of the value within the first 3 years. Now, all of this taken together, along with the HFCL example, this is the era which introduces, speculative bidding, right? It actually is incentivized. Interestingly, this is also the first time earlier, the first round of action, spectrum and licenses are bundled. Now they are unbundled and must be paid for separately. Fortunately or not, in this second round of expansion from 4 cities to 18 circles, Airtel wins just 1 circle, which is Himachal Pradesh. This front-loaded and skewed payment schedule, high spectrum royalties, and this requirement to match the highest bidder leads to operators figuring out and ending up financially becoming unsustainable, right? Many smaller operators that had initially managed to enter the market by matching the highest bids eventually figure out that they can't cope and they're forced to exit because of the financial demands. And this is the beginning of the churns that the sector begins to see. And mergers and acquisitions and exits starts to become the norm. By 1999, the sector is on the verge of collapse. Every company has
It's barely begun.
Exactly, yeah. Every company has defaulted on license fees. I spoke to one of the former CEOs of the companies, telecom companies, and he said it was a night with no end. And the fundamental mistake was bidding fixed license fees. Nobody had a clue of how much money they would make, how many people would end up taking mobile telephony. So that was entirely variable, but the license was entirely fixed, right? So you are suddenly saddled with, I got to pay all this money for the license and the spectrum, but there's just not enough opportunity in the market. This is still very early.
And you didn't know what the most speculative guy is going to bid, and you'll have to match
Exactly, you will have to match it. In the words of the former CEO, even in the best case, you'd be broke before you got rich. Right? And that leads to the rescue. And the rescue is called NTP 1999, the National Telecom Policy of 1999. It comes from the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government's telecom department. Finally, they realize that this is not sustainable. If everyone dies, there will be no one left to offer telephony. So they shift from a fixed license fee to a revenue share model where they say, fine, you make money from your subscribers and we'll take a share of that as the government's license fee. And spectrum starts to get an explicit value. It is the first time that regulation is shifted out from the Department of Telecommunications through a new body called the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, or TRAI. And for the first time now, after all this, the froth and the excitement, the industry has a business model because they can actually build a profitable business model. Another person I spoke to, a long-time consultant who's been in the sector for about 25 years, said it was the best policy document even today because it first set out to explain what it wanted to do and then it changed the paradigm from the fixed to revenue share. As a result, by 2002, Bharti is offering mobile telephony in 6 of the 22 circles in India, and it is poised to add 9 more circles. In its own words, these circles would cover 92% of India's cellular subscriber base. Bharti by now also now has license to offer fixed line services in Madhya Pradesh and Haryana and is set to expand that to Delhi, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Airtel finally is about to enter a newer, bigger league. But now it needs bigger partners, not just for the money or brand, but for the actual telecom tech. So in 1995, Telecom Italia buys a stake, 20% stake in Bharti Televentures. So it was already a shareholder then, right? Now Bharti Televentures is a subsidiary of Bharti Telecom, which essentially held all of its telecom business. In 1997, British Telecom buys 21% in Bharti Cellular. Later, the US-based private equity giant Warburg Pincus sees this massive opportunity which is opening up, and this mid-sized firm back then called Bharti, and it stood out for its survival against much deeper players. You have to understand that private equity players see the reality. They see there's something about this company, right? Everyone seems to be making mistakes, falling by the wayside, folding, exiting, but they're still standing.
And very early days for private equity in India.
Yep. And Warburg Pincus, Charles K. Chip K. was leading its move into the Asia emerging market space because he saw there's more opportunities here than in established Western economies. In his words, I distinctly remember hiring a set of consultants who told us not to do it. And this is also when people at Bharti start to feel that consultants were being unkind to them because, I mean, at the end of the day, I think all entrepreneurs feel that, right? But Warburg Pincus is convinced and Bharti walks away with a $30 million check from Warburg in 1999, which increases over the years. Warburg invests another $290 million over the next 2 years. Warburg Pincus' stake in Bharti Televentures would rise to almost 19%. And this stake, it manages to sell for $1.8 billion in 2005. It's one of the most significant and largest exits for private equity companies in India.
So the Warburg investment in Bharti is notable for another reason because it marks the start of a storied investing career. Pulak Prasad, an IIT-IIM grad who joins McKinsey and then quits McKinsey after 5-6 years, joins Warburg in 98. I think Chip K hires him just a year before the Bharti investment. And then in 2001, he joins the Bharti Televentures board as a nominee of Warburg Pincus. And in 4 years, Warburg Pincus is gone. I mean, they've sold their stake in Bharti. But I read the story which said that Sunil Mittal insisted that Pulak Prasad stay on the board as an independent director. And Pulak Prasad himself quits Warburg to set up his own investment firm called Nalanda Capital. Not many people are familiar with this firm, but it's one of the largest foreign investors in India's equity market now. And he's this really media shy guy. You can't find too many interviews with Pulak Prasad. But it's quite something that he's only 32, 33, but Sunil Mittal is so enamored that he wants him on the board. He actually stays on the board until 2013. And Nalanda has nothing to do with Bharti, and he's an independent director. We actually had a story in 24 on Pulak Prasad. Um, you talk to a bunch of investment, they'll all tell you that they closely follow what Pulak Prasad does. We actually called him the other Warren Buffett of India. The original Warren Buffett of India is Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, and someone who, when he was alive, was always talking to newspapers and channels, and this guy was the exact opposite of that. He's written this book about his investing style, and he's got these 3 rules. They're very interesting. He called himself a permanent owner of companies. I think in all these years, Nalanda Capital has only invested in about 40 companies. And he says his 3 rules are: avoid big risks, buy high quality at a fair price, and don't be lazy, be very lazy.
Do you know if Nalanda Capital invested in Airtel
No.
significantly over there? Because that would violate the first rule of avoid risk.
Yeah.
Because telecom is
Yeah.
literally where you go to quote risk.
Yeah. And
Right?
also, he's all about buying cheap. And if you look at the kind of companies Nalanda invests in, nothing like Bharti.
Interesting. But the point also that you bring up about Sunil Mittal recognizing Pulak Prasad points to a trait of Sunil Mittal that will come over the years, which is he's an incredibly astute judge of talent, especially outside the organization, and he does a great job of finding it and somehow bridging it to the organization. In this case, it is by insisting that he remain on the board, because as a board member, he still brings in knowledge, even if he doesn't bring in investment. Back to Bharti Airtel during these times, and of course, it's got all these investors. It's got Telecom Italia, it's got British Telecom. It finally lands Warburg Pincus, and the thing with the world of private equity and finance is that bigger names end up attracting even more bigger names, right? And this is how Bharti Airtel ends up getting larger investors like the International Finance Corporation, Asian Infrastructure Fund Group, New York Life Insurance. So they all begin to see what its earlier investors have seen. Eventually, Singapore's Singtel buys out Telecom Italia and also triggers the exit of British Telecom.
The number of global telcos that have owned a piece of Bharti at different points in time. Interestingly, when Warburg sold its stake, a part of it was actually bought by Vodafone. So Vodafone had a direct stake in Bharti Televentures and an indirect stake too. So you had SFR,
Which is
Telecom,
Vivendi,
yeah, and Telecom Italia, then
British
British
Telecom.
Telecom, Singtel, and then Vodafone. Vodafone obviously sold its stake, later in the 2010s. But it goes to show how what all these global majors saw in this tiny company. Not so tiny, but yeah,
Yeah.
in the larger scheme of things, not all that big.
But many of them also sold out.
Yeah.
So let's not give them too much of credit,
Yeah,
because if
yeah.
they had actually known
Yeah.
what this company would end up becoming eventually, I doubt any of them would have sold out today. Finally, by 2002, Bharti goes public. It goes public on the National Stock Exchange, the Mumbai Stock Exchange, and the Delhi Stock Exchange. It raises $172 million in its IPO. By now, it's raised over $1 billion through foreign direct investments. The interesting fact, Bharti was the first telecom company that did its IPO through the 100% book building route in India. I did not know that. If you look back at where we are right now, Sunil Mittal came out of Ludhiana. He's forged by Ludhiana's entrepreneurial spirit. He's gone beyond that. Now he's arrived in Delhi. He's set up this pan India business. He's learned what it takes to survive and thrive in the ruthless world of Delhi, which is very different. It's bureaucratic regulation and power. He's made new partners. He's also hit what I'd call a gusher. Do you know what a gusher is?
Oil well?
Once upon a time, if a prospector is drilling, and hits this pressurized area where the oil just
Gushes
starts
out.
gushing out, that's a gusher. It was considered, I mean, these days you have modern technology that prevents because it's actually wastage because if it's gushing out. But back then, a gusher meant whoever hit that gusher is going to be really wealthy because there's an incredible amount of oil under the ground which is gushing out, right? Why do I say he's hit a gusher? Because telecom is fundamentally, it's a regulated oligopoly. The world over, telecom businesses typically have just a maximum, a handful of players, 3 to 4 players at the maximum, right? It is essentially a business where the regulatory moat is disguised as a license. What is it selling? It's selling an incredibly addictive and recurring service. Nobody cancels their mobile phone. You know, you might cancel your OTT subscription, you might decide not to order from quick commerce, you might decide not to go out and eat, but you're not going to ever cancel your mobile telephone. Sure, you may switch from one to the other, right? Take my case. I got my number from Airtel in 2001, right? It's 25 years since I've been paying Airtel bills every month.
How much do you reckon you've paid, Airtel?
You know what? In the early years, we used to pay, I and my wife, we were both in different cities. So both of us used to rack up these really obscene bills on STD charges. Um, if I take those and even if I normalize for right now, let me just say that I could buy a very good car today with what I've paid Airtel just on my number over the last 25 years. And that's just one customer, right? It's it's a small fortune from just me, right? And the other reason why telecom is so great is because it's built on infrastructure which nobody can just replicate. If somebody wants to become the new Airtel, they have to figure out how the hell do I set up all these towers and backhaul and fiber and spectrum, etc. So it is a natural barrier to entry. And the best part is once you build and set up that pipe, you have the optionality to build and sell lots of other stuff. So that's a business that compounds on itself. Once I own the pipe, I'm not just selling you telephony, I'm selling you data, I'm selling you OTTs, I'm allowing other companies to reach you, recurring billing, etc. Right? It's a business that just keeps building. So in some ways, you can think of it as almost like the holy grail of business models, right? It's protected, it's a natural oligopoly, it's for life, and you can just sell virtually anything against it, right? High fixed costs, which act as a moat against any new entrants, paired with nearly zero marginal cost. Airtel's incremental EBITDA, which is earnings before tax, depreciation, etc., on a new 4G customer is north of 80%, which means when it gets a new subscriber into its network, is effectively making 80% of profit on that new subscriber, right? That is why this business is globally considered a gusher, and Sunil Mittal has hit it. But this is where it gets interesting. Because he's hit a gusher, he's now going to be on the radar of very powerful entities. The way I see it, it's almost like he's under this influence. If you picture him in the middle, he's surrounded by these three very powerful planets which are orbiting around him. I call it the three body problem. Who are these three bodies? Regulation and regulators is body one, technology and technology shifts is body two, and competition is body three. Why do I call it the three body problem? The three body problem is this very important and classical problem in physics, which says that when three bodies are orbiting each other in space, it's virtually impossible to predict their path. Eventually, it starts to become chaotic and they crash into each other. It is also, it was popularized by Chinese hard science fiction writer, I hope I'm getting his name right, Cixin Liu, which is also a Netflix series, The Three Body Problem. Sunil Mittal and Airtel has come under the influence of what I call the three body problem. The three bodies are regulation, technology, and competition, right? And this is going to shape their future. You can almost say it as what doesn't kill Sunil Mittal makes him stronger. That's set to become Airtel superpower too. A quick hello for those of you tuning in for the first time. This is episode 3 of Intermission, the Ken's long form podcast on the companies that changed modern India. In episodes 1 and 2, we covered Asian Paints and Bajaj Finance, two companies that transformed their industries and became category defining businesses. They're streaming right now. You should check them out. And we have a lot more coming. 2002 should have been a year of celebration for Airtel. It had just IPO'd, but it almost turned into its obituary because there is the arrival of a rival that will turn out to be its most formidable and unrelenting one, Reliance. Reliance founder, late founder Dhirubhai Ambani, who passed away in July 2002. In December that year, his son Mukesh Ambani unveils Reliance Infocom. It is a CDMA based mobile telephone network. It's defined under the regulations back then as wireless in local loop. Do you remember the launch of Reliance Infocom?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do remember it, but I read the backstory to the launch, right? And there was this very interesting feature in the Caravan, it's a magazine. And apparently, in the 90s, when they were talking, Reliance was talking about getting into telecom, and they did hire a bunch of people. Apparently, Mukesh was not very interested because he was focused on the petrochem refining business. And the first chairperson of Reliance Infocom actually said it was Anil, who the younger brother, who was handling it. And then apparently one day Mukesh said, "What is this telecom? I keep hearing different things every day. Tell me, what is it?" Okay. And when the first chair threatened to resign because there was nothing happening, then he explained it to him what the opportunities were. Then Mukesh apparently became very serious about this.
Because he saw that this is a gusher.
Yeah. And they launch in December 2002, a few months after Dhirubhai dies, and the brothers are already warring. And the launch of Reliance Infocom had obviously Mukesh, but Anil Ambani was missing. So there's this piece where Sucheta Dalal, one of India's best financial journalists, and it opens with the high voltage launch of Reliance Infocom was billed by corporate India as Mukesh and Neeta Ambani mega event. But the person who really stole the show was Anil Ambani, and he was not even there.
They don't write intros like that anymore, leads like that anymore. No one's allowed to do that. I mean, this is Reliance. Reliance has finally seen the immense possibility within this space, which is telecom, and it chooses CDMA. Now, this is interesting because we will see this repeated again. Reliance always looks outside the box at possibilities that nobody else is thinking. When it looks at mobile telephony, it sees that most operators in India are operating on what's called the GSM standard, which came out of Europe, and it is the most common standard widely. So it's easy. So if you travel outside the country, you can roam on GSM networks. But there is another technology which has come out of America. It's called CDMA, and Reliance chooses CDMA to launch. Now, I mean, there are lots of technical differences between CDMA and GSM, but broadly, CDMA phones did not have any SIMs. So the phone's identity or serial number itself acts as a SIM. So if you have a phone, you cannot use it with any other operator. It is tied into that. That's one thing. The other thing to notice is that CDMA is much more efficient at transmitting data rather than voice. Up till then, the GSM network is optimized around more efficient transmission of voice. It can carry data, but it's not really that good at it at that point. But CDMA is optimized more for carrying data. And I quote Mukesh Ambani from back then. He says, the market is voice driven. In 5 years, it will move to data. That's where our long term bets lie.
And this is
This is 2002. Mukesh Ambani and Reliance have chosen CDMA. They've seen that the market is going to transition away from voice and to data. But this is not nearly the most interesting, nowhere close to this story, right? Reliance has much cheaper licenses at that point in time. It has licenses for basic telephony, not mobile wireless telephony.
So what does that
Right?
mean,
With
basic telephony?
basic telephony means you're not allowed to operate while mobile telephones in a network, right? Like you can operate a landline technically. I mean, in the strictest sense of the regulation, you're supposed to operate a fixed landline which is available at your home, right? That line should not work if you're traveling to office. That's what a fixed line means. So that's what they have licenses for. And they have licenses within multiple circles. It goes from the license, like, the definition changes from fixed line to what's called limited mobility, right? To what's called wireless in local loop or will. Essentially, the way, so it's like this chicken and egg of what do regulations say and what do regulations allow and how can they be interpreted, and it's constantly a shape-shifting reality, right? You can never read. One of the truths in Indian regulation of any kind is that everything is always open to subjective interpretation, and who knows the truth unless it's settled in a court. And who knows that's to be true till it's settled at the Supreme Court, right? So it's everything is in flux. So per the law back then, Reliance has licenses for what's called limited mobility or fixed line or wireless and local, which means if you are a Reliance subscriber in, let's say, the state of Maharashtra, and you travel with your phone to, let's say, Delhi, your phone should not work.
Yeah.
Because you have a license only for Maharashtra, even though Reliance may have a separate license for Delhi. But this being Reliance, they figure out there's nothing in the regulations that forbids them from connecting their subscribers in one state to their subscribers in another state, right? So that's the beauty of regulation, right? No regulator or person writing the law can think of every possible interpretation and capture it, right? And Reliance figure out, well, this isn't forbidden. So what do? Now, this is in the run up to this, they build a 60,000 kilometer fiber optic backbone that cost back then $2 billion. It's the largest in telecom history, which means they connect all the cities and states and networks that they have through this fiber optic that connects to each other, right? It stitches together its circles. Thus, what it's able to do is, if you're a telecom, if you're using a Reliance phone in Maharashtra and you travel to Delhi, it is able to pass your voice through its own fiber network to Delhi. So effectively, it looks like you're just using the same network, you just happen to be in a different city. And this is very radical because literally no one saw this coming. No one saw the possibility of something like this. And that's not the end of it. By the time it launches, it offers 400 minutes of free outgoing calls and unlimited incoming calls for just 600 rupees a month. And there's a one-time fee of 3,000 rupees because they're giving a phone as well, right? And their tagline is, Kar lo dunya muthi mein. The world's in your fist. I mean, the reason I mention these prices is because at this time, the GSM operators, mobile operators like Airtel, make most of their money through phone calls, right? They charge for both incoming phone calls and outgoing phone calls, and the prices vary from rupees 2 to rupees 4 within a circle. That means if you're in Maharashtra and you're making calls within Maharashtra, you pay 2 to 4 rupees. The moment if you're in Maharashtra and you're calling me in Karnataka, that price goes up to 9 to 16 rupees per minute across circles, right? So you can imagine the effect of Reliance's offer for 400 minutes of free outgoing and unlimited incoming for free on existing mobile operators and their ability to make money. In 2003, Reliance ups the ante with now the iconic Monsoon Hangama offer. They offer a free CDMA phone for just rupees 501, because Mukesh Ambani figures that even what they were charging earlier, 3,000 rupees plus 600 rupees a month, is too expensive for the scale that he wants. And the driving force behind a lot of the reduction in costs, etc., is a quote which is attributed to his father, the late Dhirubhai Ambani, who apparently said that we will never become successful unless the cost of making a short phone call for an Indian falls below what it costs to send a postcard. And the cost to send a postcard is 15 paise.
Fascinating. Actually, very interesting that they launched in 2003. It turned out to be great for me and my friends because we started college in 2003. I moved from my hometown near Coimbatore to Chennai for undergrad. And my father gets me I pester him to get me a Made in India phone, the Made in India Nokia phone. It was 4,000 bucks. I don't know which connection it was, probably it was Aircel. We go to Chennai, and then this offer is, the Reliance launches the monsoon hangama offer, right? And there was a bug in those phones. It was these sky blue phones, and you buy them, and you could make international calls, unlimited international calls, and it would take a while for Reliance to figure it out, and then you just toss the phone. So we would like split it 5 ways, $100 per person, and someone had a sister in the US, so they would call her and talk to her for like 3 hours, and then pass the phone to someone else. International calls, local calls obviously were free, but the fact that you could call your relatives in the US or Europe, that was incredible. And it lasted for about 6 months or 7 months. And I still very clearly remember that phone because we made the most of it as long as it was around.
Imagine what are the chances that you and I, as undergrad students, ended up figuring out loopholes in the way mobile telephony works decades apart, right? But that set aside, there is no chance that I believe that Reliance execs did not know that something at this scale was happening. My only explanation, I have no inside information, is that they were okay
Yeah.
to kind of
Yeah.
tolerate that, because in that point, I think they just wanted more and more people to use it and talk about it. So
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if that bug was a hidden feature, right? So they launched the Monsoon Hangama offer. They make it incredibly cheap. One of the people that they use to popularize the service is cricketer Virendra Sehwag's mother. She becomes a household face for the ads, because Reliance is deliberately pitching it away from urban premium users to like you said, sometimes the auto rickshaw driver, sometimes it's the small shopkeeper, sometimes it's like the homemakers and the mothers, and not the corporate suits. There are long, chaotic lines outside these shops which are set up, which are called Reliance Web Worlds and Reliance outlets, right? In its very first week, Reliance signs up 1 million subscribers. You can imagine at these prices. And that's not it. Like, there is a blitzkrieg of media coverage which coincides with the Cricket World Cup, which ensures that it gets maximum attention. It's advertised on every channel. If my research says that 5,000 slots booked across 40 different TV channels, 70 publications across regional and national India, and with all sorts of cricketers and Bollywood stars roped in to promote this. The message was clear that the Ambanis weren't just entering telecom, they were taking over telecom.
Yeah.
And of course, what follows is a brutal price crash, a tariff crash. Airtel and its GSM peers had to make incoming calls free to match these, because that's what now the new entrant is doing. And they had to drastically reduce the price that they charge for outgoing calls within and outside circles, from that 2 to 4 rupees and 9 to 16 rupees to just 1.2 to 3 rupees per minute. Their revenues, as you can expect, collapse. That's not even the end of it. Coinciding with all of this is powerful regulatory changes. There is this new regulation which comes in, which makes all incoming calls free, which we now know as calling party pays. Most of us have forgotten. We assume that when we get a call, it's free. But like I've said, it wasn't always like that. We paid for both incoming and outgoing till the regulation came in and said calling party pays, which means if you're the party that's calling, you pay for it and not the other one. The other thing that happens is, every time in a mobile network, when you make a call to someone else, and let's say your mobile operator is A and the other person's mobile operator is B, your mobile operator has to pay the other mobile operator a small fee, which is called a termination fee, which is, you've set up your network, you've got your subscribers, I want to place a call to it, so I'm going to pay you a certain amount of money so that you can run your network.
Is that the same as interconnect?
Yes.
Okay.
Termination, interconnect, etc. Right? And of course, this reverses because sometimes the other person
Yeah.
calls you up. So this is, in some ways, you can also think of it. It happens in fintech when you swipe a card. There is an interchange fee which is charged by Visa, Mastercard, etc. In the telecom space, it's called an interconnect fee. Now, the regulators also force interoperator termination charges to come down because of the calling party pays principle, etc. So suddenly now existing telecom operators are, they just don't get any money from any calls that come into their network, right? Because it becomes calling. Now think about this back in that era. If you're a Reliance user, you get to call other users for free. And I'll tell you how that is, right? You just give them a missed call. So existing telecom operators are just squeezed. I mean, someone told me that Reliance essentially would collect the interconnect fee but not pay. They were getting subsidized by every call. So you sort of redirected the cash flows of existing operators around the way Reliance was operating. And you have to remember that when Reliance comes in, it is a new company.
Yeah.
Right? So it's got these millions of subscribers. But if you look at it from a network point of view, most of these people are making calls out to other networks. Right? So there is an imbalance that exists. But the regulations that come in around this time accentuate that imbalance. But what happens to Airtel's stock is it falls from 45 rupees because it's just IPO'd in 2002 to 20 rupees. Telecom operators, GSM operators take this. This begins another set of legal challenges, courts, higher courts, etc., TRAI, Supreme Court, and a very interesting quote from back then from Mukesh Ambani, who in an article to the Business Today said, "I would be very surprised if any system prevents us from offering value to the customer." But the reality is reality. The government can't overlook it. The government belatedly and under legal pressure from all these GSM operators comes up with a new license which is called a Unified Access Service License. It says, look, it doesn't matter whether you're CDMA or GSM, we'll just migrate everyone to a universal access license. And of course, people can pay a small charge to migrate. But effectively, Reliance's entry has been, in some senses, allowed by regulation.
Should we sort of normalize the Reliance disruption?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, this is Indian telecom regulation, right? It's like it's shape shifting.
Yeah.
Sunil Mittal's quote from back then, and this is really instructive. I felt that if we stood up at this time, the storm would just blow us away. Right? That's how powerful that was. He says the company's top leadership went to Agra for hammering out our strategy. The discussions continued all day. I might have wavered for a moment, but then chose to go with my gut. Lie low, I said, and we will live to fight another day. I revved up morale in the company by telling all colleagues, everyone expects us to lose, but if we don't, we will make history. And as it turned out, we did make history. This is actually an article that Sunil Mittal wrote in the Times of India. It's virtually impossible to think of a CEO admitting anything like that on the record in a self-signed article, but he essentially wrote this. He said that the storm was so powerful that if he stood up, he would go down with it, and just survival was winning. And the rest is history. One of the interesting innovations that results from this period is the concept of prepaid recharges. Up till now, largely people pay their bills at the end of the month, what we now call as postpaid. Hutchison Max launches something called prepaid. You buy a SIM for a small nominal charge, you pay cash upfront, and then when the balance runs out, you can't make or receive calls. But a ring would still land on your phone. This actually is what powers the missed call movement itself, because it doesn't matter if you don't have recharge, you can always
But that was the intention that you.
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so. This is like telecom operators and Indian consumers playing dual jugaad with each other, right? Like you do something, there's regulators. Regulators are doing jugaad to operators and consumers are doing jugaad. So everyone is doing like multi jugaad with each other, right?
Because the number of times we used it when we were broke. we needed our parents to call us, but we didn't have any whatever balance left, so we would just give them a call. And then sometimes your balance was so low, and you would yell at the other guy for answering your call. So why did you do that? It was meant to be a missed call. You're supposed to call me back.
Things that people
Then
outside
the guy would
India
say,
don't
"No, I'll
understand.
call you back." Now, what's the point? You anyway answered. So let's talk.
And this is innovation prepaid, which comes out of Hutchison Max. If you remember the early friendship between Analjit Singh of Max and Sunil Mittal, when
Hutchison
they,
has already bought out Analjit Singh at this point.
I'm not sure, but I don't think so
Yeah.
fully.
Mm.
Right? Uh, Bharti Group, Sanjay Kapoor and Deepak Gulati traveled to Hutch's Mumbai HQ to learn, and it replicates the concept of prepaid in Delhi under a new sub-brand called Magic. Right?
Mm.
You can imagine something that we take for granted today, which is prepaid recharges, was back then called Airtel Magic. And it reorients itself around mass market pricing and an obsessive focus on rural rollouts and tier 2 towns and tier 3 towns and distribution.
I read that the distribution template was from FMCG.
Yes, a lot of that is including from HUL. What starts out as a defensive move in response to the entry of Reliance ends up becoming a pivot and, ironically, the foundation for Airtel's subsequent dominance. Sunil Mittal and Airtel started 2003 as a high margin, low volume company, but they ended finally seeing India as a high volume, low margin market back then. But it realizes finally that scale is the ultimate advantage in telecom. Airtel stock starts surging, it goes past 80 rupees, making it one of its best performing years.
So from 45, right after
20,
it listed, to 20.
and then back to 80. For much of the 1990s, telecom in India is learning to play a lot of games. Playing the auction game, playing the regulatory game, playing the financing game, playing political games,
And
playing
pricing.
pricing games, right? But as the story of telecom shifts to the 2000, it becomes more important to go beyond these games and start building serious telecom networks. Networks that can handle scale and handle them profitably, because that's what determines success in the long run. Unfortunately, most of the telecom equipment which is needed to build these kind of networks is usually imported. They come from companies like Nokia or Siemens or Ericsson. And unlike the Indian government, these companies don't accept revenue shares as a way for Airtel to buy their equipment. Why, though, thinks Sunil Mittal, and he places his first order with Ericsson for $27 million worth of equipment. Now, this is a really interesting story because he goes out for lunch with Ericsson president Kurt Hellstrom, and he tells him, I have one request. I don't have the money to pay you. Now, Hellstrom is obviously a European and he's used to companies like, buying his equipment at whatever prices. He says, okay, but can you pay us something? Can you pay us 15% upfront? To which obviously Sunil Mittal says, yeah, I can. So the Hellstrom asks him, so when are you going to pay us the remaining 85%? And I think Sunil Mittal's reply is instructive. He says, I will pay you on happiness. Hellstrom asks him, describe happiness. And Sunil Mittal says, happiness is when people are making calls on the street and they are happy.
Did you know he didn't even have money to pay for the lunch?
Oh, this I did not know.
So they went out for lunch, and Sunil Mittal offered to pay, thinking that they would turn him down. They said okay, but he didn't have a credit card, nor did he have enough chrono. So there was someone with him, a fellow executive who was based in Mauritius, who happened to have a credit card, and then he paid. So Sunil Mittal asked him to pay, and he did.
So he presents this I'll pay you with happiness and I'll pay you 15% upfront. And he convinces Ericsson and Hellstrom to accept a revenue sharing basis with Airtel. That turns out, because in some senses it is revenue
Yeah.
sharing, right? Like, as the network grows and I expand, I'll pay you the remaining percentage of what I owe you later.
And Hellstrom, like Pulak Prasad, ends up serving on the board of
Yes,
Bharti.
that's right. Now, this marks the beginning of a new era for Sunil and Airtel, one which is marked by wildly inventive uses of capital, of both raising money and spending money. Money that they don't actually have.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it be $27 million to pay upfront to Ericsson or, as you pointed out, that particular meal. This era essentially is characterized, the person who plays the key role in this is Akhil Gupta, who ends up becoming Sunil Mittal's fourth Mittal brother. And I want to call out, a quote by Akhil Gupta from his book. He wrote a book. It's called "Some Sizes Fit All," and I'll read that out to you. But this phase, I sort of think of it as a bid first, build later phase, which essentially means you're a new, still new,
But that's pretty
relative.
much how every telco operated then, right?
Yes, but many of them had access to balance sheets
Sure,
of parent
sure.
companies, etc., where they knew the money was there. The difference with Sunil Mittal, Airtel, and Akhil Gupta is that they are embarking upon a journey where they're saying, don't worry, buy licenses and spectrum whenever they are applicable. We'll figure out how to find the money to build the networks later, right? And it's money that they actually don't have. And I quote from Akhil Gupta, the clarity of thought on this aspect that Sunil had from day one was that perfection can always be achieved as we move ahead, but an advantage lost because of the speed of implementation can never be recouped. An apt example of this was a dilemma for Bharti when we decided to go all India for mobile services after reasonable success in a few circles. While by then we had a good grasp on the fundamentals of running a good mobile operation, they had nothing close to what was required to run a pan India operation. Right? However, we opted for speed over perfection because licenses and spectrum were available at that time and may not have been available later. Speed certainly won and transformed Bharti into a large and coveted company. A source that I spoke to for this story, who's had the chance to both meet Akhil Gupta and Manoj Modi, the right hand man of Mukesh Ambani at Reliance, compared them and said they're both pretty similar. You get the sense that you get into a meeting with them, within the first 30 seconds to 2 minutes of a conversation, doesn't matter how prepared you are, they are able to zoom in on what is the weakest part of your argument, right? And this is Akhil Gupta, and he says, it's incredible street smarts and an ability to just figure out what is the crux of the problem.
You know, there was a Akhil Gupta and Reliance too.
Yes. Unlike most of its peers in telecom, Airtel is a first generation company. It's created by Sunil Mittal. It does not have a rich parent with a revenue source from other places that it can invest into the business. For example, Reliance had the oil and petroleum business, which means they need to think about things differently. It leads Sunil Mittal and Akhil Gupta to this place where they come up with the realization that, look, we've got to double down and focus on the things that we know we can do best and outsource everything else.
But
And
this wasn't the norm then, right?
this wasn't the norm then, right? Because, outsourcing from India is virtually unheard of at that point in time, and especially for a telco. But it's constraints that lead them there, right? But they literally don't have the money to build everything by themselves. And this decision to outsource virtually everything comes down to Akhil Gupta, and that's really like credit to him. When he takes it to the rest of the organization, it's almost like, are you trying to sell the family jewels? That's the kind of, because that's how unheard of this concept is. But the both of them, Mittal and Akhil Gupta, when they discuss, they figure out, look, it's almost inevitable that they have to at this stage. And it's not just because they don't have the money to. The point is, they just don't have they're fundamentally a mobile company, they're not an equipment company. They cannot attract the kind of engineers and talent that an Ericsson or a Nokia will be able to attract, right?
So
They
without
just
the
aren't.
talent, there's no question of
Exactly.
building
If you
out the
can't
infrastructure.
attract the best talent, then you cannot build the best kind of equipment. The second thing is, at the scale at which things are operating, they're growing so fast that they just cannot hire engineers and talent at the same rate that their business is growing. They're on track to be one of 6 telecom operators in the world with 25 million subscribers. And frankly, they just don't have the scale to be able to continue hiring engineers and talent for networking while they're also growing the business, right? So this is almost like for them and for Akhil Gupta, the writing is on the wall. We're going to outsource everything. So they sit down, and there's a very famous quote by Sunil Mittal. He says, I and Akhil are sitting down and we are asking, what shall we do? We could not have people come in, give them uniform, and send them to the border on the same day. Because he likens it to literally like a war, right? Where you're conscripting soldiers, giving them a uniform and saying, go fight. And they say, you can't, because, and that's what leads them to outsourcing. And the second, and this was actually the deeper insight, is incentive design. I quote Akhil Gupta. For the first time in telecom history, perhaps anywhere in the world, the network equipment vendor and the operator would be on the same side of the table. Right now, equipment vendors make more money when they sell more boxes to us, whereas we need to ensure that we buy fewer boxes but get maximum capacity and coverage to stay competitive. This caused an inherent conflict of interest between the two of us, and I felt we needed a completely different equation. The equation Akhil cracks is famous. He deciphers the Erlang. The Erlang is a unit of radio wave capacity, and he proposes paying Ericsson per Erlang of capacity used.
To remember, this is a chartered accountant.
Yes, he's not an engineer,
Yeah.
right? This is this is still Sunil Mittal's quote. And he's telling the conversation that he and Akhil had with their network vendors. You design the network. We won't fight over how many base stations or switches. We'll just pay you on the Erlangs used by our customers. And if our customers don't use it for 9 months, we'll still pay you. The mechanics are 1,100 Bharti engineers are transferred to Ericsson. It's the same construct on another deal with IBM where they transfer their staff to IBM on the IT deal. It's a 10-year deal. It's called reverse outsourcing. It's one of the first times that an Indian company is outsourcing its telecom and IT to the West. It actually makes the front page of the Wall Street Journal. It's pretty radical. A long-term telecom consultant I spoke to who actually did a network cost optimization study for Airtel in the later years. He was trying to figure out how to cut costs from the way Airtel was currently operating. And he said people mistake it for a fully variable deal, but it was a classic CapEx, which is capital expenditure deal. They will pay so much per base station, so much per antenna. But Sunil's stance was how much equipment is coming is not my problem. I'll check your homework. You figure out how to deliver these KPIs under a broad envelope. And this person says, I got to see under this deal's hood. And I said, bloody hell, what a smartly architected deal. Full performance accountability on Ericsson. They can't hide behind parameters are not tuned properly. Meanwhile, Airtel on its side had classic Indian procurement guys, nickel and penning everything, and strategic CTO types who made sure that everything around quality stayed optimized.
So it's like, I know you're going to try to sell me as many equipment as you can, but I'm going to look at the usage of that equipment and the efficiency of the equipment.
Yes, and
then
which
I'll
is
decide
where the Erlang comes in.
And then that'll decide how much I pay you.
No, that's not. I will pay you based on Erlang, which is, think about it, right? Like to go back to the two sides of the table. Before this, let's say an Ericsson saying, buy these 10 routers or switches from us. And Airtel, somebody on the Airtel side is like, why do I need to buy 10? Can't we make do with 8? Which is the standard dynamic, right? Now, the conversation about how many boxes are required is sort of gone out. They've negotiated that if you use boxes, you will bill them to us at this rate. But the conversation is really about the last month, your consumers consumed so many Erlangs. The next month, they will consume this much. So, both Ericsson wants more consumption on the network. If they put less equipment than what is required, consumption will not grow.
Hence the statement, for the first time, the vendor and the telco were on the same side.
Exactly, exactly. Both sides want more consumption, more Erlangs. That I think is a really interesting thing that Akhil Gupta manages. But there's another part to this. Another telecom veteran I spoke to said, look, Ericsson at the end of the day lost money in this deal because it was such a clever deal from Airtel's point of view that Ericsson ultimately didn't make money. But in spite of that, in spite of the fact that Ericsson probably did not make money on this specific deal, it still made sense for them for a lot of reasons. We spoke to someone else who's actually worked at Ericsson for over 15 years and who said, look, the way Ericsson saw this was India is a large, emerging, powerful market. And if Airtel is doing this, better us than this deal going to a rival. The second point was, look, Ericsson also understood that sooner or later, this business of selling equipment is going to move into this model where people are selling outcomes. So, if this is the deal that helps us figure that out faster, even if we don't make a lot of money on this particular deal, they saw it as a transformation for themselves. That's why they got into it, even though they lost money. What this outsourcing gave Sunil Mittal is freedom. Freedom from not being operationally bound to the network that he's building. Instead, he can focus his efforts on raising more money and growth. And with this freedom, I think enters a new era for Indian telecom as well, led by Bharti. And the number of telecom subscribers in India, mobile subscribers, goes from roughly 7 million in 2002 to over 100 million in 2006.
Helped to no small measure by Reliance.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, there's always a silver lining, right? And I'm sure if you ask Sunil Mittal, I'm sure he will say there's always a silver lining. Just don't be standing up when there's a storm. And Bharti's stock goes up to rupees 429. Now they're done, Akhil Gupta and Sunil Mittal are done outsourcing equipment, they're done outsourcing IT, they're done outsourcing even customer support. Next up, the biggest and the most complex thing is telecom towers. Now this is very interesting. It's not a metric, but it's something that people don't understand the importance of telecom towers around, which is if you put up a tower, if you're a telecom network back then in the 2000s and you're expanding in India and you go to a part of India where no one else has a tower, right? You're going to a small town, you're going to a village and you put up a tower there, you pretty much capture 50% of the market because that's what it is. And this is pre-mobile number portability days. So if you capture, it's almost like early bird catches the worm. If you're the first to put up a tower in a particular place,
Everyone's
you pretty
gonna
much
buy
mop
you.
up the market, and then market stays with you even after other people come and put rival towers because people are not switching as fast. At this stage, nearly 60% of the network cost of telecom operators is in what's called passive infrastructure, which is towers, fiber, radios which sit at the towers, etc., and stuff like that. And this is an incredibly complex business, as all Indians know, because putting up a tower takes lots of permission from municipal authorities. People are complaining about, oh, what are the health and the radiation effects of that. There's so much stuff happening that managing towers sort of starts to become a business in itself. It becomes like a burden in business itself. And I quote Akhil Gupta, the cost of having exclusive towers is enormous for an operator because the same asset can cater to 4 or 5 operators. It's like the cost of traveling by chartered plane versus a commercial airline. This is Akhil Gupta thinking, wait a minute, we've outsourced all of this. Why the hell are we still putting up our own towers and incurring so much expense? And is there something inventive that we can do? So, in 2001, Sunil Mittal and Rajan Mittal propose the setting up of a common infrastructure company that will house towers. They propose it to Hutchison. It's shot down because Airtel actually wants to control it. And remember, towers are so central to telecom companies that
Yeah.
no telecom company wants to give someone else the power over something which is so central to them, right? Those talks die down. Those talks are revisited in 2005. Still doesn't work out. 2006, by now, because of the growth that's happening, the economics are just unforgiving, right? But there are 8 operators now, 8 serious operators. And obviously now it's not just one or two, so sharing makes much more obvious sense. So the talks between Hutchison and Airtel restart, this time Akhil Gupta leading the talk. Idea also joins in. And there's a breakthrough and it leads to a final, it's a creation of a new company. The company is called Indus Towers. It is a company that will control the towers that are used by these 3 operators, Airtel, Hutchison, and Idea. And the shareholding in that is Vodafone owns 42%, Bharti owns 42%, and Idea owns 16%.
What are the odds of these bitter rivals coming together?
I would actually argue that without Reliance, probably not a lot. But I think a lot of these companies are aware that if you don't come together and
Bring down your cost.
yeah, bring down your costs, it's almost impossible to make money in this space. I think, I mean, it'll become clear as the story progresses. There is a reason why in telecom scale is so important and only 2 to 3 or maximum 4 operators survive. These operators are smart. They've seen everywhere around the world. They know that, look, there is no way all of us are surviving this
Yeah,
because it
clearly not a
has
market
to
for
settle.
8.
It has to settle to 3 to 4 operators max. So we have to do whatever it takes to survive, and that's what finally brings them together. And they form this company which is called Indus Stars. Airtel transfers 22,000 towers to it, effective 2008. And I quote again Akhil Gupta, the construct of tower sharing agreements here is such that every time a new tenant comes in, both the tenant and the new tenant benefit through lower rental costs. The first tenant gets a huge relief on energy costs, which are now shared. So it's a unique model in which a company makes more money when it charges its existing customers less, not more. By that, what he means is, say you're putting up Industars, puts up a tower and it's got 2 occupants, say it's Hutch and Airtel. When the third one, Idea, also starts sharing it, the costs drop for everyone, right? And this is the incentive that, again, Akhil Gupta is talking about. He says, sorry, this is not Akhil Gupta, this is Devendra Singh Rawat, who was Infratel CEO. He says, in India, we have created a unique model that discourages a company from rolling out a tower if another tower already exists in a particular location. No mobile operator builds its own towers anymore, and almost everyone goes to a tower company. Again, this is a first in India.
So what's now taken for granted?
That's right, the tower sharing model, right? It came from India because you can't think of many industries where the most bitterest of rivals come together and say, let's just share this very common infrastructure which is vital to our business so that it brings down our costs. It's almost unheard of. And this is what happens. Um, the telecom consultant I spoke of earlier said, Indus came absolutely at the right time. There was a massive 3G expansion that was required. There was just not enough money on the balance sheet. The 2009 crisis was looming, and this bold move essentially saved Sunil Mittal's stake. It was a world first. This is one of the many things that earns Akhil Gupta the title that many people in the industry give him of being the fourth Mittal brother.
As in, he is as central to Bharti's rise as Sunil Mittal.
Rajan and Rakesh, perhaps even more. I would argue that Akhil Gupta is actually, up till this point, he's a clear number 2 to the amount of value that he's generated for Airtel and the kind of company that Airtel has become during the 2000s. So if the Airtel of the 1990s was Sunil Mittal learning how to survive in this dog-eat-dog world, The Airtel of the 2000s was him and Akhil Gupta learning how to use their scale and how to use money in clever and newer inventive ways so that they need less and less money to grow faster and faster. It's actually, I mean, imagine to convince an Ericsson or a Nokia to invest into building your network
Yeah.
and work for you is just unheard of.
Yeah, this is an extension of what he did with the Erlang deal, right?
Yes. This is a great time for me to also tell you about theken.com/intermission. Every episode of Intermission contains really in-depth website of its own built by our teams inside the Ken. Each of those sites contain infographics, data visualizations, reading lists, and source material that you can refer to. The link is in the show notes. For nearly 25 years now, Airtel has had the same strategic foreign shareholder. It is a sovereign telecom operator that owns 28% in the company. A long time Bharti veteran I spoke to said, look, it's probably one of the most successful strategic investor partner relationships in the world. And he's not kidding.
Not just in
That,
telecom.
not just in telecom. 25 years is a long time. And that company is Singtel, the Singaporean government's telecom arm. Now, Sunil's broader philosophy, which started when he moved to Delhi and he figured out how to do these foreign partnerships, is that yes, partnerships are what help you grow. In the early years, it was about a little bit of money and technical know-how. But as he started growing, as Airtel started growing, he realized that larger partners bring something much more valuable to Airtel, which is governance and talent. And I quote him. When I had British Telecom as my partner, he told the Harvard Business School, people got more confident coming to you. If things ever went wrong, I could ask them to send half a plane load of people immediately. So he looks, when most Indian entrepreneurs, businessmen, etc., especially family owned businessmen, look at foreign partners almost as you bring the money, but you don't know how to run businesses.
Because
So
it's India.
stay away. Yeah. You stay away from my business. I will provide you with the financial returns. But here you see Sunil Mittal saying, look, if I didn't know something, I could count on these partners to send a plane load of people to help me figure it out. And that half a plane load thing isn't merely a metaphor. When Akhil Gupta and he presented the outsourcing model to the Airtel board, they didn't agree because they had not seen anything like this anywhere over the world. And a lot of the directors on the Airtel board resisted. And the reason why they were finally convinced was because one of his investors sent sort of like a half plane load of experts to evaluate this plan, and that investor was, of course, Singtel. Right? It's possible that without Singtel vouching, that outsourcing deal might not have cleared or convinced the Airtel board. The great part is that Singtel has been an investor through these 25 years, but it's not always like any long-term investor. There's always been ups and downs, right? And and Sunil Mittal has always had this sort of tightrope walk with Singtel. This is a company that owns 28% in Airtel, right? There's this person that I spoke to, the former strategic consultant, said, look, Sunil Mittal's job was keep them away from running Airtel, right? Even though they owned close to 30% of the company, but use them like a lab. Now, Singtel is the Singapore government's arm for trying all sorts of new tech as well. So, Sunil used that as a lab for Airtel to learn and be exposed to new technologies which otherwise he might not be. The underlying tussle that I hinted at was over the years, if you're Singtel and you're looking at this company and you're saying, hey, we own 28% of this company, why aren't we running it? Why aren't we managing it? Why aren't we considering upping our
So
stake?
they own more than the Mittal brothers.
They own more than the Mittal brothers. Effectively, now Sunil Mittal and his brother's stake in Airtel goes through a series of companies, but his effective stake in Airtel is about 10%. right? And that of his brothers, respectively, is about 5% each. So Sunil Mittal owns about 10%.
So the family owns rough about
20%,
20%.
right? And Singtel owns 28%. So you would think that Singtel would have a larger say, and especially because it's an operator. It's not just a financial investor.
It's not Warburg Pincus.
It's not Warburg Pincus, and it's been around for 25 years, right? So this is the tightrope. At various points, this person says that, the thinking within Singtel is like, look, I mean, we're not really driving the strategy for this company, and Sunil is, and like his take is nowhere even remotely close to this, right? But I mean, ultimately, I think Sunil's managed that very well. And he's over the last decade or so, he's delivered the sort of returns at financial returns through Airtel stock to Singtel that they really have no complaint today, right? Like, but it bears to be said that it is not treated like a subsidiary on Singtel's balance sheet, right? Like in spite of the significant scale that it has. One reason for how Sunil has managed this very well, not just the relationship with Singtel, but many of the other things at Airtel, is because how he's structured. I talked about that this got this very layered structure. One of those structures, the parts in that, is this company called Bharti Enterprises. It's the holding company that sits above Airtel, right? Now, this in most companies is normally just a financial wrapper because it allows a founder or a promoter to exert influence on the company.
That's the company that the family owns.
Exactly.
Through which
right?
they own the listed entity.
That's right. But Bharti Enterprises is also closer to what Tata Sons is to Tata Steel, right? It is in some senses a mothership. A person who I spoke to, who's worked at Bharti, said, look, there are three things that Sunil has very consciously built into Bharti Enterprises and not Airtel. The first is procurement of large deals. And I think this is, him and Akhil Gupta. The final handshake for these large deals happens at the level of Bharti Enterprises and not Airtel, right? And this includes things like setting up Industars, etc., and stuff like that. And this person says that, look, he's always had the smartest, wiliest CFOs in the business, right? And procurement is where there's a lot of money involved, right? And that has been kept at Bharti Enterprises. The other thing is is learning and innovation. Now, Sunil, this person says, has always been sort of this sponge for external knowledge and learning. We kind of saw that in the way he came out of Ludhiana and learned sector by sector what he wanted to do, flew to London and spent 2 months there and stuff like that. And this person says that, look, I mean, over the years, Sunil Mittal has kind of surrounded himself with experts, former CEOs, etc., who he pays to essentially coach him and build his knowledge and keep him ahead of everything else. So now, this part is also a lot of this happens at Bharti Enterprises, which is what is the future for the group. I mean, yes, there's a lot of that which happens at Airtel itself. And the third thing is talent. Succession planning, which is one of the most important things for businesses. Strategic succession planning happens at Bharti Enterprises, and some of the most interesting candidate choices that Airtel has made over the years has come because of thinking that's happened at Bharti Enterprises. This is an interesting fact when I was looking up Singtel's investment in Bharti. In 2002, Singtel was worth roughly 15 times Bharti's size when they invested in Bharti. Today, Bharti is worth 2 times of what Singtel is worth.
Wow. I mean, I'm not surprised considering Bharti is now, I mean, often the second or third largest behind just Reliance and HDFC Bank in India.
Yeah.
The second or third most valuable company in the country.
And if you go back and look at it from Singtel's point of view, almost half of Singtel's valuation can be traced back to the stake that they hold in Airtel. What Reliance's disruptive gate crashing of telecom tells Sunil Mittal is like the real prize in India is not just the premium segment, but it's at Bharat scale. Right? That's very clear to him. It's scale. He also realizes through Reliance's launch the power of branding and advertising and emotions that can help a telecom network grow suddenly and rapidly, right? And it doesn't have, yes, it has a great brand. He's also by now created that very famous jingle with A.R. Rahman. So there is a certain Airtel brand, but it is nowhere near still as emotionally appealing and resilient as he wants it to be. Sure, he and Akhil Gupta have built this great company by outsourcing and by expanding networks, etc. But what's the point of all these towers if you can't find enough people to be using them? An Airtel person who's no longer with Airtel used this correct language, like, and I'm going to say it exactly like that in Hindi, right? टार डालने के बाद अगर रिटेलर बेच नहीं रहा तो क्या करेगा? Right? I mean, you put up a tower, but if the retailer isn't selling your products and nobody's using it, so what's the point of the tower, right? This is when he realizes that, look, I mean, the game now needs to shift from a telecom network and towers and outsourcing to a sales and distribution model.
So you become a consumer company.
You have to become, you need to have branding, you need to have advertising, you need to have deep distribution, because ultimately that's what. So you sort of see this at this point and zoom out. It's like at each stage they're building the next version of the business, right? Like, let's get the licenses first, then let's figure out how to convince Ericsson to do this, then let's outsource. Like, so they're sort of like, kicking this ball further ahead, and now they've come to this place where we've got all this great network, but we need people to be selling them and buying them and using them, right? And it's basically like a utilization game now. You've got this capacity, you've got to make sure that it's utilized. Sure, your network operators are focused on utilization via the Erlang principle, but now you got to sell it on the sell side as well. The wellspring for this sort of talent in India at that point, and arguably even today, much probably to a lesser extent, is a company that you'll know, I think much more than me, which is Hindustan Unilever Limited.
Yeah, the largest FMCG company in India. I think to a lot of people, it's an Indian company. They wouldn't even, I mean, they don't even realize it's not from here. But it's been here for so long that they think of it as an Indian company. And this whole FMCG connection that you talked about, the prepaid, the plans being sold through the FMCG network, right? So telcos had already seen the appeal of the distribution network that FMCG companies had, right? And Sunil Mittal and Akhil Gupta sort of taking it forward at this point.
Yeah. So they go to this organization, which is HUL, and they poach one of their leaders. His name is Gopal Vittal. He's entrepreneurial by nature. He's extremely intelligent. Almost everyone you speak to about Vittal, like, across time periods in your reporting, will tell you fiercely intelligent, extremely intelligent, dangerously intelligent, etc. So that word keeps kind of coming down, right? He's also a very diligent executor, and he possesses a natural instinct for consumer emotions, which is one of the things that Sunil Mittal wants as well, right? I want to read out a quote by R. Balki, who's a former chairman of ad agency Lowlantas. And he's recounting in this 2013 Economic Times article how it was Vittal who approved Surf Excel's iconic ad campaign called Daag Achhe Hain, which is stains are good, right? I mean, I don't think there's anyone alive above a certain age who does not remember
Yeah.
the power of that advertising, because it was so counterintuitive, right? Here is this company that coming and saying, stains are good, don't worry about it. And he says he was having dinner somewhere. We literally barged in and told him the idea, and he approved it. It always felt like working with someone who understands the power of communication. Vittal had also at HUL led a very special project designed to popularize HUL's products, various FMCG products, among rural Indian consumers. That project was called Project Bharat, right? It was a rural reach strategy that basically incentivized people to try various HUL products by bundling them into a package and by selling them at a discount.
So he's got what Bharti is looking for.
Exactly.
Right?
Rural, consumer, bundling, discounting, consumer understanding, and of course, all of this tied together the fact that he's like a very diligent executor as well, right?
Yeah, and that consumer understanding reminds me of something I read in the book The CEO Factory, which is what HUL is referred to as, written by Sudhir Sitapati, who's now CEO of Godrej Consumer. And he actually, his boss's boss was Gopal in the laundry category in the mid 2000s. And there is a specific sort of section on the Surf Excel campaign. And apparently, HUL had earlier tried to adopt this Brazilian campaign in India on again on detergents, and which talked about how parents, tell their kids it's actually good for you to, get stains. It's educational. But when they tried it in India, parents said, "How can it be educational, right? We're okay with stains as being accidental, but how can it be educational?" So then apparently, Gopal told Sudhir and the rest of the team, you should look at values. You should look at values like empathy, and that will resonate with people. Hence the ad where there's a brother and sister walking back from school, and the girl
Jumps on,
falls and gets some dirt on her
and the
uniform.
brother decides to jump in with her
Yeah.
because so she doesn't feel sad.
Yeah. So that sort of, and that obviously resonates. I mean, they presented three ideas and they went with this one. And this sort of ties back to what he told Sudhir, which is that look at values like empathy. And that's what will connect with our consumers. And that's exactly what happened.
After 16 years, this comes back to Vittal. He spent 16 years at HUL. He's leading their laundry category. And Sunil hires him as the head of marketing at Airtel. And of course, because Gopal, in some senses, was already a blue-eyed boy at HUL because of how fast he's risen, how good he is. A bunch of other people from HUL also follow him to Airtel. And this person who worked at Airtel during that time tells me that one of the first things Gopal does as director of marketing is to also look at all these various tariffs and plans and offers that Airtel has across the country, across various cycles, etc., circles, etc., and consolidates them to a handful.
I think he's sort of used to thinking in terms of stock keeping units, right? Why do we have so many?
Yes.
Right? It's so complex.
Or pricing, right? Pricing needs to be, if there is one thing that HUL teaches you, it is that keep things simple.
Yep.
Make it something that consumers can understand, shopkeepers can understand, distribution, because there is a layer, and the more complexity there is, the more losses that happen in such a layer, right? But this is what he says. This person says that, look, this is what he does, and a lot of people are sort of at Airtel pushing back, saying that this is not your job, right? Like, this person says that this is the first time a marketing guy is coming in and he's not doing classic marketing, let me figure out an ad strategy or something like that. He's trying to rationalize these plans, and a lot of people in the organization saying, why are you doing it? He does that because Vittal wants marketing and operations, which is business at Airtel, to work with each other as equal partners instead of typically as they work as a client agency, right? Business tells marketing what to do, and Gopal is like, no, this is not how it should be. We should work together and figure out how to crack things as equals. That's the only way he knows, that's how HUL is trained, right? Which everyone works together. While this is going on in the rest of the organization, all these people are like, what? We should talk to customers. And this person is like, old school telecom people don't understand talking to customers. They're like, tower dala hai na, log aayenge. Right? Like this, we put a tower, people will come. So this person actually compared the way Airtel old timers saw this business as almost like selling petrol, right? You put up a petrol station, you bring your car in, I'll put petrol, now go, scoot off, right? They're like, what is this thing of wanting to understand the consumer and their emotions and all that kind of stuff, right? Which is what Gopal brings in. Gopal was literally the first guy who got FGDs done.
What is that?
I had to ask him exactly my same question. I asked him, what's FGDs? Focus group discussions.
Oh, again, classic.
That's right.
FMCG.
Gopal sends his marketing teams to Mandya, Faizabad, Villupuram, Bikaner. This person says, by the time I was done with Airtel, I had covered 23 states. Another person who also worked there during this period, including directly with Gopal, actually said, of Gopal. He's very plain speaking, doesn't suffer fools, but has a sort of band of boys style team, which is he's got his team and they work together as this very efficient unit. And this person says, you either love Gopal or you hate him. There's sort of nothing, you can't be indifferent towards him. He has no time for bureaucracy. It's my way or the highway, but no personal agenda, right? This person also talked about Gopal and his wife Irina Vittal, who's also from the same batch as him, as I am Calcutta, and she goes on to become a partner in McKinsey, and she's now on the board of various companies in India, fairly well known, not fairly well known, equally well known in her own right, and both of them have no trappings. They're both fitness enthusiasts as well. And Gopal goes for these runs and he's at the Airtel office every morning by 8:30. And this person, I mean, of course, I'm now talking about the 2006 to 2008 days, right? And this person says of Gopal, says F word 3 times every sentence, right? This is back then. It's possible that the frequency has reduced, but it has become zero now. I do not know.
Well, this reminds me of something that happened in HUL when he was there in the early 2000s. This is 2002. This is from the CEO of Factory. Lifebuoy has been around for a while, over 100 years, but it's struggling. It contributes about 15% of HUL's revenue, but it's struggling. And Gopal and this guy named Sanjay Dubey, they're tasked with reviving Lifebuoy. So they put together a presentation. And the presentation is called, pardon my language, the Red Whore. And they say that all that was good in Lifebuoy had been stripped in the quest for profits, and all that remained was out of date with the consumer. And there's a new marketing campaign, they changed the composition of the product, and it's a massive success. Right? And so there are two brands that he's helped revive. One is Lifebuoy and the other is Surf Excel. I think when he was there, Surf Excel was the 5th largest brand. Now it is the largest brand in HUL's portfolio.
And Gopal is intensely media shy. Like, I mean, he's not on the covers of magazines all the time, even though he's doing all these great things at HUL or at Telecom. And he says, Telecom is about flawless execution. I love that. I'm here to run a business, not to make a brand out of me.
Yeah, and I saw, I don't know if you saw this YouTube clip, very short one. I think this is after he's been given an award very recently. And he says he's got this annual ritual. In December, he imagines he's been fired and he writes down everything he thinks is wrong with the company. And earlier, he used to send it to a bunch of executives. Then he started sending it to Sunil as well. And he says the worst kind of poison is a sense of achievement. And he doesn't want his executives to have that, or he doesn't want to have that himself.
Incredibly rare.
Yeah.
And powerful. I can see the power of that, like, with discipline and execution bundled in, which is what he is. He's had this great run at HUL, and including this early stormy days at Airtel, etc., where he's trying to kind of change this company much, even though there's a distance that Airtel has come, it has sort of accumulated this organizational culture of silos and satraps and power centers over the years. And I suspect, like, he's unable to overcome it, which is why in 2008, he's repoached back to Hindustan Unilever Limited by its CEO, Nitin Paranjpe. And I mean, the scale of this can be gauged from the fact that he's given a board seat at HUL and charge of their overall home and personal care segment, which comprises 70% of HUL's overall revenues. And of course, the reason is he has to turn it around because that segment has stopped growing. It accounts for 70% of HUL's business, but it's only growing at 5 to 6% growth. So he leaves Airtel in 2008. In a few years, though, he takes it back to 15% annual growth. He turns around HUL's HPC category from like 5 to 6% to 15%. Meanwhile, while he's done that at HUL, things at Airtel start to go in the opposite direction. They get worse. Remember the Tatas that I said missed out on the license, but they sort of in the early years of
Went to court.
telecom went to court, didn't get it, then they came back as CDMA players, etc. Well, they unleashed this new disruption on Indian telecom, and it's called the 1 paisa per second billing. They do this via their telecom operator called Tata Docomo. And this is just, you can, I mean, up till now, the way billing happens for most telephony is that it happens in 1 minute cycles,
So even if
right?
you spent a minute and 2 seconds, you would be billed
Right.
for 2 minutes.
That's right. And this is a disruptive move because it says that, look, we only bill you. You speak for 4 seconds, we'll bill you for 4 seconds. You speak for 54 seconds, we'll bill you for 54 seconds. Now, this is great for a challenger, but it again disrupts existing mobile telephone operators. Once again, prices crash, ARPU tumbles, Airtel's EBITDA crashes from 40% levels. This is like, profit to like 24% by 2010. Airtel has spent $10.7 billion to buy Zen and set up its Africa operations. It's now saddled with this debt and all the forex outflows that come with it. It spent thousands of crores to buy 3G and 4G spectrum in auctions. From cash rich, it's become debt heavy. In a single day, it's in October, its stock crashes 10% based on just a rumor that regulators are considering mandating per second billing. By 2012, Airtel's stock is at a 2-year low and its profits have been falling for 10 consecutive quarters. Meanwhile, inside the company, CEO Sanjay Kapoor, under him, the operations has turned sort of into this conglomerate. It's not unified, it's not centralized. Everyone is doing their own things, and there are sort of fiefdoms, and it's just not working, right? And the company sort of polarizes into loyalists versus others, and there are these long tales from HR of unprecedented attrition, right? So it's nothing is going right for Airtel. And Sunil Mittal's survival instincts kick into gear, and he repoaches Gopal from HUL. I mean, this is incredible, right? I can't think of many founders of such large organizations who have both the intelligence and humility to go back to someone who's left their company and kind of get them back into the company. But Sunil does that.
And someone not all that old. He's just in his 30s, early 30s, right?
That's right. And remember, I talked about the nesting structure and how there is this holding, I mean, there is this company called Bharti Enterprises where a lot of the talent succession planning happens. Interestingly, Gopal is hired to into Bharti Enterprises and not into Airtel. This is 2012. He's brought on with this title of Group Director Special Projects.
So I guess that's because Gopal ruffled more than a few feathers the first time around with his plan to integrate marketing and
One could argue that, but this is Sunil Mittal, this is his company.
fair.
Once he decided to bring back Gopal to Airtel, I don't think he's worried so much about that.
Got it.
But I think there's something more interesting, which is once he comes in as Group Director Special Projects, he doesn't work on Airtel directly. Instead, Sunil Mittal relies on Singtel. Gopal Vittal is sent to learn international data business and how the future looks if you're going to be largely a data driven model from Singtel in Singapore and in Australia. And he also goes to other places. He goes to the US, he goes to Japan and learns from SoftBank, etc. So his first year in 2012, I think 9-10 months if I'm not mistaken, are spent learning what are operators around the world doing around 4G and data. Once he comes back from that in January 2013, that's when he's moved to Airtel as its CEO, and that's when Sanjay Kapoor resigns, and that is where we began this story. If there's one way to summarize Gopal Vittal's first 3 years as CEO at Airtel, it is ruthless simplification on all levels. He decimates the old leadership team. He brings in international talent. He hires the chief consumer officer of Vodafone UK, Srini Gopalan, as the consumer head. He consolidates a bunch of businesses under Srini. So, and today Gopalan is actually CEO of T-Mobile UK. Gopal Vittal sets up a chief digital officer role to essentially fix the outsourcing deal with IBM that hadn't proceeded as he wanted. And he builds a digital team from scratch at Airtel. It would take him almost a decade to get that really humming. Interestingly, he starts reversing parts of those outsourcing calls that were made earlier because this is a different era. The Ericsson deal has paid rich dividends to Bharti over the years, but now the network is starting to get disaggregated. They're not, I mean, in organizations of this scale and with such partnerships, there is something called entropy. Things start to, decay over time. When the deal is signed, it's great, but after a while, it's not. And Gopal isn't letting anything get away with it. So he starts to insource, and he does it on step by step. APIs first, and then he does radio planning, then backend architecture. Remember, this is a FMCG veteran coming to a telecom company and deciding that taking back these things in-house and focusing on technology is one of his priorities. This again speaks to his, the point that I made about flawless execution being one of the things that he wants to do, right? I spoke to a CEO of a telecom equipment manufacturer, and he gave credit to Airtel. He said that, look, Airtel has always been obsessive about cost, right? Like all telecom companies are. But unlike Idea, which would typically do what he called scotch tape bolt-ons, right? Like this is it now, let's paste it together, just somehow get it work. Airtel wouldn't do that shortness. With Airtel, the experience always had to win, right? And a significant part of that credit goes to Gopal because he realizes that you're running a telecom network and you've got to be able to kind of deliver this. Even IBM, right? And this is something that over the years, the IT outsourcing deal to IBM suffers. And Sunil says to HBS, they couldn't have cared less. So we had to bring it back in-house. Outsourcing itself now starts to become operations management within Airtel. It's network optimization, installation, etc. Airtel now owns the kit, vendors run operations, and Indus continues to stay as a subsidiary. So there is a reversal of a lot of the things that happened in the past decade. The way, one of the reasons for Vittal's success as Airtel's CEO, and when I'm taking into account everything that we said about him, his intelligence, his ability to kind of be a great executor, etc., is his relationship with Sunil. Now, Sunil Mittal is the person who's built this business from scratch, and he's extremely hands-on. And, he calls people, including Gopal, up to 3 times a day. Like, I don't know what that frequency is today. And I think it's credit to Gopal that he's managed to kind of create that trust between himself and Sunil that I will handle this business and I will also take your calls, thrice a day to communicate with you, because often these two things work at odds, right? Like the CEO saying, I'm running the business, so let me run the business, and the founder, entrepreneur, owner is saying, this is my business, so I want to know what's going on. This person, this 20-year veteran of telecom consulting tells me that, look, honestly, if you compare what Gopal Vittal has achieved, the people that you need to think of are people like Satya Nadella, Tim Cook, etc. And he's not exaggerating. He is, like, you have to look at him as a steward who came in after a much more involved founder era. He multiplied the outcome through some extremely tough periods, and he's the one who piloted them through the entire geo onslaught. And it's incredible what he's achieved. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say, I think Gopal Vittal is absolutely one of the best CEOs that we've seen in recent times in India. And if you want to kind of look what Tim Cook did post Steve Jobs at Apple, in some senses, it is very similar. One last thing though, I heard this from multiple people that Gopal hates consultants.
Unlike Sunil Mittal.
No, remember Sunil Mittal also, he loves expert advisors, But I think generally Airtel as a company has hated consultants. But generally there is this thing that comes across in all conversations that I've had, that Airtel will talk to you, make you do a lot of studies, and occasionally throw a bone or two at you of consulting this thing, but they prefer to kind of do things themselves, right? And this is true of Gopal also. He hates consultants, right? And his logic is that we have the capability to figure out what we need to do to build a great business ourselves. I mean, this is fun because of the fact that Gopal's wife, Irina Vittal, is a strategy consultant. So this person was telling me, isn't it ironical? And I was like, maybe it's not ironical, because it's because he knows how strategy consulting is done really, that he's like, no, 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 I'm not paying these kind of big bucks to run my business. A quick hello for those of you tuning in for the first time. This is episode 3 of Intermission, the Ken's long form podcast on the companies that changed modern India. In episodes 1 and 2, we covered Asian Paints and Bajaj Finance, two companies that transformed their industries and became category defining businesses. They're streaming right now. You should check them out. And we have a lot more coming. Sunil Mittal's ambition is not to be contained with not just India now, right? It's very clear that he has global ambitions, and when he looks around the world, he lands upon at Africa. Now, Africa is, in the words of a long-time Bharti veteran I spoke to, a complete yo-yo story for Airtel. Sunil goes in with a dream, and that dream is, I will own Anglophone Africa. I mean, Africa
Yeah.
is broadly split into Francophone
Yeah.
Africa, the French influenced countries, and Anglophone Africa, the English speaking countries, right? I will replicate the Minutes Factory model. I will replicate the TARS model that I built in India, and I will be the number one mobile operator in Africa, just like how Airtel had become in India. This is Sunil's dream, and that dream shatters fairly quickly. The Indian playbook, specifically the tar company model, just doesn't work there, because Africa, in Africa, taxation and regulations differ significantly from country to country. This person that I was speaking to said they went into Africa thinking it was just 20 different telecom circles like India. It was not that at all. And the story starts in 2018, where Sunil Mittal starts talking with MTN, which
In
is
2008.
2008, my bad. Um, he's talking to MTN, which is South Africa's biggest mobile operator, and they're discussing a merger. That deal collapses because MTN proposes doing a reverse merger with Airtel as its subsidiary, right? Sunil Mittal walks away from it in May 2008. Interestingly, around the same time, there are other Indian companies which are looking at expanding outside India. One of them is Reliance Communications. So MTN starts talking with Reliance Communications.
Yeah, and by this time, the brothers Mukesh and Anil have split, and Anil has walked away with Reliance Communications.
That's right.
And one of the clauses in the agreement was each brother would get to veto the other's acquisition. So Anil wants to buy MTN, and Mukesh vetoes it, and the deal collapses.
The deal collapses in July. Comes back to Airtel and Sunil Mittal. The talks break off, but they again restart in 2009 May. This time, instead of reverse merger, they plan a fairly complex, what's called cross-holding shareholding structure, where it's like both companies have shares in each other, where they acquire a significant chunk of each other's, and nobody is in any outright majority. But this fails because South Africa insists, because the South African government has a stake in MTN, which is its largest telecom operator, that it insists that for this deal to go through, the combined company has to list on both the Johannesburg Stock Exchange and Indian stock exchanges. And this is a no-no from the Indian point of view. In fact, the then Finance Minister Pranab Mukherjee publicly says Indian regulations do not allow this. So the deal with MTN again falls through because of this dual listing. Finally, at this time, Airtel, by the way, has also been talking to a smaller operator. It's not the first operator that
So
they
they
wanted to
really
buy.
want in on Africa.
They really want in on Africa, right? And that operator is called Zain. And that operator operates across 15 African countries. And it was originally called Celtel. And it was founded by this African entrepreneur called Mo Ibrahim, who originally worked with British Telecom and then started his own consulting company around telecom equipment called MCI. And I think he and Sunil Mittal worked closely as consultants. So Sunil Mittal actually said that I had the opportunity. So Mo Ibrahim sells Celtel to a Kuwaiti company before it becomes Zen. He sold it for 3.4 billion, right? And Sunil Mittal said, look, I had the opportunity to perhaps have invested in that business or bought it, but I just didn't have the money back then. By the time the Kuwaitis have bought Celtel and converted it to Zen, and they're about to sell it again, and Sunil Mittal buys it again, he buys it for 10.7 billion. So what Mo Ibrahim sold to the Kuwaitis for $3.4 billion, broadly, it's grown a bit since then, is what Sunil Mittal and Airtel buy for $10.7 billion, right? But this is not a rosy deal. Zen has a lot of debt. In fact, it had $1.7 billion of debt on its books. And this is the time when Airtel is already going through a lot in India, right? So Airtel share price has fallen to a 16-month low, right? Analysts think that the price that it has paid for Zen is way too much, and they are right. He has overpaid, right? Because the market knows that Sunil Mittal and Airtel are interested in African assets, right? But from Sunil's point of view, he sees this as a chance of a lifetime. It's to be able to establish a new growth engine for Airtel beyond India. So he's no longer looking at just leadership in India. He's thinking beyond India. By the way, even his leadership in India at this point is not fixed, but he's thinking ahead. That's what he is, because he looks at Africa and sees a continent which is going to become the largest by both population as well as the middle class. The reality on the ground in Africa is something else. At Zen, morale is low, the clashing work cultures between what exists there and what exists in Africa, revenue, market share, EBITDA, everything is falling. Infrastructure is poor. Remember, this is not India. It hasn't seen these cycles of investment, right? There is a lack of skilled technicians who can essentially help expand and set up this network. And I think the worst thing that Adel underestimate the most is local protectionism, right? When they try to when they try to adopt the Indian model and try to kind of outsource or offshore anything, there is immediately protests by various governments or workers, etc. And because they all want to protect their jobs. So they're unable to replicate the Indian model. Everything slows to a crawl. This person, that I was speaking to said, look, I've seen this happen, and I've seen this happen at, let's say, Vodacom, which was one of the operators, right? Vodacom owned Safaricom, Kenya's largest operator, which had M-Pesa. Right. M-Pesa was the one that essentially made it really popular to send money digitally much before anyone else in the world, right? And there is a very convoluted structure that it had to create around M-Pesa, because by law, M-Pesa profits cannot leave Kenya. So they go into this local foundation, and every country has a different dynamic. He actually called it reverse colonial challenge, which is, if a South African operator goes to Ethiopia, the Ethiopian folks say, boss, why do I need a South African company to tell me this? So this is not something that Airtel and Sunil Mittal have ever had to deal with in India, because the popular construct is, look, India is really a continent, these states are like countries, so when we go to Africa, we already understand this.
And Africa is an emerging economy which is maybe a decade behind India.
Yes, and they're real countries. There is a difference. It's not just geography. You may argue that some countries might be closer to a particular state in geography, but these are distinct countries, and they're fiercely nationalistic and patriotic about their own circumstances, because many of them have also come to independence in a hard way, right? And this is something which is completely underestimated. There's much deeper insight from Sunil himself and a realization later on, and I quote him. The African consumer is no different from the Indian consumer. The only problem is, unlike India, there is no middle class market other than in Nigeria, maybe a small Kenyan middle class. So when we lowered tariffs in India, volume went up. In Africa, people said, we will manage with this much and we will buy some more salt with that money. We never understood that when we went there. So Airtel in Africa has discovered a different version of price elasticity. In India, it figured when it drops rates, people start talking more. In Africa, it figures out that even if there is a change in price,
So relatively inelastic.
It is. So obviously, the Africa business doesn't quickly go anywhere, and they've overpaid for it, and there are all these challenges across these countries
So
that
I
they
guess,
operate.
they knew that the infrastructure was poor. So I guess the only thing they were betting on was a market which had a similar appetite to India or other markets.
Yes. Also, their operating model. They hope to transpose their operating model, which is the tower operating model, the outsourcing. Remember, without that model, Airtel India itself would not have been so successful. And one of the calculations for Airtel going to Africa was that we've created this model in India, which is a mix of how we operate to how our brand is structured and how we price products and how we design this minutes factory. We will go and transpose it. Sure, there'll be learnings around the margins around each
So they
country.
got that wrong.
Because they couldn't just figure it out. Because each country kind of broke it apart and their scale never arose because 15 countries became sort of 15 countries. And you could never combine them to operate like in India. In India, Airtel operated as a single entity with scale. They couldn't manage that.
And they got the affordable, the appetite of the market also wrong.
Yes.
Because like Mittal said, there was no middle class as they had thought.
Absolutely, right? So you couldn't transpose the operating model to make things cheap. And you didn't have the consumers to give you the demand. So you're sort of stuck in this double whammy where everything that you had going for you in India wasn't happening in Africa. And for many years later, from what I spoke to people, there were attempts behind the scenes to sell Airtel Africa, but there were no takers, certainly not at the price that Sunil Mittal and Airtel Africa wanted. The turnaround, though, comes from a completely different direction. Remember, this operation didn't work because they just couldn't figure out the scale for how to manage this, how to combine all of this so that they could operate it at scale. But they realized that they could actually do that without setting up a common tower company. And this gets slightly technical, and I had to kind of Google that a bit. There is this concept of customer value management, CVM. This became this. It's like, so you can think of it as like the brain of a telecom engine. It's software that runs across a telecom operations, and it understands what each customer is doing, what services they are using, what prices to give them, what offers to give them, what campaigns to run, etc. And up till now, the software that used to run typically at each country level, etc., which is called a billing support system, BSS. But around the same time, there came this slightly more an evolved version of this, which runs on the cloud, called CVM. And once it managed to get that running, it sort of allowed them to see all their customers across Africa as sort of one unit under Airtel Africa. So that was one of the reasons.
So now that you can't sell it, you have to fix it.
Absolutely. You can't sell it, or at least not for the price that you want, so you've got to fix it, right? So that starts to help them build multi-country scale even without replicating literally everything that you had in India, especially the tower company model. In 2016, Raghu Mandava is made CEO. He goes from Airtel India. Raghu Mandava is also ex-HUL, and he plays a huge role over the years. So what they do very quickly, aggressively prune the portfolio of their operations across Africa. They sell some operations which aren't working, etc. They drastically start to limit their losses. They turn around their single biggest market, which is Nigeria, and they deliver, I think, 20% revenue growth in 2017 to 18. The person who was heading Airtel Nigeria, Segun Ogusanya, ends up becoming the overall head of group chairman for Airtel Africa. They raise a bunch of money, just like in India. Remember, there was this phase of raising capital that they did from various private equity funds, etc., which allowed them to invest into the business. They finally do that for Airtel Africa itself, and they raise a bunch of money, and finally they IPO. They IPO at a valuation of $3.9 billion, right? Remember, the value that they paid for Airtel Africa Zen was $10.7 billion. When Airtel Africa finally IPOs, it's valued at $3.9 billion. It's much lesser, but strategically it is still relevant because finally Airtel Africa is independent and publicly listed and operates on its own without being dependent on Airtel India for survival. The most important thing, which I think must be something that they learn from India, is they finally crack, they figure out that moving money digitally is one of the most important use cases for telecom. And Airtel Money is something that they've been operating in Africa. They take that out and they value that separately from their telecom networks.
So they've already seen the success of M-Pesa.
That's right. And they've replicated it, and Airtel Money is doing quite well in Africa. They bring in investors like TPG and MasterCard, etc. in 2021, and they raise money at a multi-billion dollar valuation, right? If I'm not mistaken, the last valuation for Airtel Money itself in Africa was $4 billion, right? So they've done all of that. To now, that same consultant I spoke to said that, look, the narrative has flipped from who will buy Airtel Africa to who will Airtel buy next. It's worth asking, what kind of a company is Airtel? What kind of a company has Sunil Mittal created? And what is its culture? Here's how a senior industry consultant explained, Airtel's 25-year arc. And I don't think he's wrong at all. He says they've been the most resilient company that's bounced back stronger every single time. So much of their pain has come from reactions to sudden regulatory changes. Calling party pays, fixed license fee changing to revenue share, WLL going to full mobility, IUC termination tariffs eliminated. Airtel always emerges as the biggest, but at the receiving end of every regulatory change. I can't think of one major regulatory change that would have been driven in their favor in 25 years. And he says, can you think of any other sector around the world where typically the leading company has been at the receiving end of almost all major regulatory actions over the years?
I'm sure they've tried. I guess they haven't been very successful.
It is absolutely a company where what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Another Airtel ex-employee explained, this company's culture in this sort of one line. It's HUL kind of talent while being founder driven, right? This is the mix that Reliance can't do, and the Birlas haven't done, and the Tatas aren't built for, right? So you see that again, a different person saying HUL but with founder driven, right?
That's because I think it's also a function of how hands-on Sunil Mittal is, right? We talked about the twice a day calls between.
That's nice.
Yeah.
While talking about culture, I came across this really interesting phrase from Akhil Gupta's book when he's describing Sunil Mittal, and it's called the reverse Monday syndrome. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Can you try and guess what it might be?
The Monday syndrome is when you don't want to go to work. So I guess this is you wanting to go
Damn,
to
you're smart, Sita. Yes, it's absolutely that. Sunil mandated that every person in the organization must be itching to get back to work on Mondays. If not, they were to, quote, shake their boss by the collar and let them know that they were causing them stress.
Oh.
That's what the reverse Monday syndrome is. I'm not sure how many bosses got shaken in this manner, but that's really what. Another person where I had to speak to a bunch of people to understand this culture from the inside, and then this person said that, look, you must have heard of phrases like bias for action and customer centricity, etc., from companies like Amazon quite a bit. I've actually seen more of a bias for action at Reliance and more customer centricity at Airtel than I've ever seen at Amazon. They just don't have a cultural machine that talks about it on the outside. Right? Customer centricity is just one of the things which is part of Airtel's culture. I quote Sunil Mittal again. He says, "We were so used to a wartime style of working that we created our own fires. We still have some pockets that don't like calm, so they create fires and then try to douse them." This is
No, I don't blame him. I mean, he's gone from one regulatory change to another. He's gone from one
receiving end
competitor
of
to
every
another, right? An acquisition that didn't quite go right in the initial years. So I don't blame him or his
one
team.
battle after
Yeah,
another.
one battle after another.
And the first test of this, what Sunil Mittal called wartime loyalty, came in 2002, when this is when Bharti stock fell from 45 rupees after the IPO to 19 rupees during the initial onslaught of Reliance. And a lot of people didn't leave the company back then, and his insight was, look, people are not just going to leave you just because you're in like down and hard times and stuff like that, right? 2 years earlier, when things were really bad, he recollects that he took top executives to an offsite in Kathmandu, Nepal. And Sunil's pitch was that, look, I get it, profit and money are secondary. I need your help to build a world class company. Now, many of the people in the room apparently were already carrying offers from Reliance, starting at 1.5 times their current salary, going up to 2.2 times current salary. And of course, the most common thing, which is also given along with salaries, which is senior designations, right? One executive recalled being given a president's role. A year later, Reliance had nearly 100 presidents. It's like those investment banks where everyone is a vice president, right?
Or
Like,
managing
or
director.
a managing director. But for those who stayed, the pride was such that you were willing to do double, triple work without being tired. Again, this comes up. So I spoke to a person who spent 15 years at Airtel from roughly 2002 onwards, and I asked him to describe, like, this place, and he said, like, look, often when I started at Airtel, I used to talk to my batchmates, because this person was from one of the IIMs, and those people used to say, oh, I leave home by around 7, and I was like, how lucky you are. And I asked him, when did you leave? They say, oh, I don't know, sometimes 9, 9:30, etc. But I didn't mind it because I enjoyed it. So I was trying to process that, wait, you felt that the other people leaving on time at 7 o'clock was lucky, but at the same time, you didn't resent staying till 9, 9:30. And I think a lot of people I spoke to said that it was just very intense, but it was very satisfying. Like that comes again and again and again. Probably, this is, what led to another aspect of the company, which is really that, look, Airtel has rarely been the inventor. I mean, to use the most cliched example, Apple didn't invent the smartphone, right? Similarly, Airtel has rarely been the inventor of many of the things that we today take for granted, right? We give you example, right? Like we talked about per second billing that came from the Tatas. We talked about prepaid lifetime free SIMs, didn't come from Airtel. A lot of the 4G and data innovation came out of Jio. DSL for broadband came out of Arcom. And so, and Vodafone is the one that innovated a lot on both the enterprise, and we talked about Hutchison being the one that figured out prepaid. But I think,
But they were the first to think of aggregating towers
yes,
and how to deal with
operational
vendors.
side, yes,
Yeah.
but a lot of these innovations inside were just absorbed by them, and they just kept hammering away at them till it became, it almost like today, if you ask people, it feels like, oh, they must have been the ones who sort of invented it. So it's rare to find organizations that are able to quickly assimilate things from the outside, whether it be people, whether it be talent, whether it be ideas, and sort of just combine it with their own work and succeed at it. And I think that's Airtel. Vodafone and other peers of Airtel were more centralized. But I think Airtel figured out that India is far too big to run a centralized operation. And so they sort of reverse things, right? So the field, which is in each of the states, they brought the business, and the kings of this business were the circle heads, right? And regional managers were, this person said, men of kings, right? Like, and they were really heard. And so this kind of a structure, there would be around roughly 200 to 20 people who comprise this set of people in the field, circle heads, regional managers, all put together, etc., who are handling significant responsibilities, who had real power over what happened in their business. If performance, for instance, I mean, let's talk about outsourcing, right? When they outsourced to Ericsson, if performance in Bellary in Karnataka went down, right, the escalation would happen very quickly from the people on the field, right? And if there was no addressing of that, within a week, it would flow up the chain because the people there, the circle heads, etc., are demanding answers. So Ericsson couldn't ever spin a story about overall KPIs being good. They had to keep these 220 people happy, is what one of the people.
So Ericsson couldn't go to the headquarters. They were answerable to each circle.
That's right. Right, like, and these people are both empowered, and they have the ownership, etc. So and some of the things he said that, look, I just enjoyed the way we worked. It was collective accountability. We supported each other. We had common goals. We had freedom and we had autonomy, right? And that truly seems to have existed. It's a very demanding culture, I must say this, right? It's not that people were just given the freedom. Like, if you were committed to delivering certain outcomes, you were held to that. But you have a lot of freedom within that to be able to figure out answers by yourself. In Airtel, for instance, if somebody in Kolkata and somebody in UP East find interesting things that they're doing, there is a way that they'll figure out how to kind of talk to each other and bubble it up, or actually, like, cross pollinate from each other. Ex, in Geo, it's very different, said this person, right? Everything is done at the center and it is percolated down to the T for execution. So it's like this top down centralized. We know the playbook at Geo, just executed, whereas at Airtel, it's sort of different, right? And to be able to do this in a business as telecom, which is so complex, is really hard. Um, you know, your connection might just drop because the diesel genset which is running in the tower which is closest to you has run out of diesel, right? And this is the kind of problem that we are not aware of in any other business, where it is constantly real time and active, and that any given point in time, you think about it, right? There are like, what, 2 lakh touch points where something like fuel running out, you can imagine right now what's happening in India, could bring down part of the network, right? So imagine keeping a resilient network like this. Another thing which is, prevalent as part of the culture is frugality, right? You think, again, like a company of this size and this kind of, what, 7,325 crores in profit every single quarter, would probably not be that frugal, but it continues to kind of come around. Airtel, I've already told you about consulting, is one of the lowest spenders on consulting among all peers, right? uh, they'll call you, they'll suck the blood out of your experts through 15 workshops and then give you one small project every 2 years, only when you're truly needed, right? There was this project that Gopal Vittal ran, which was called War on Waste, which essentially looked at site costs, alternative power sources like solar, commercial assets. Take a guess how much they saved over a 4-year period through War on Waste.
Maybe a couple of thousand crores.
10,000 crores.
Whoa. Just in 2 years.
4 years.
4 years.
So it's incredible. It's very rare that organizations are able to focus on growth and expansion and also on cost cutting at the same time. Right? It's very rare. It requires a certain kind of organizational discipline to be able to do both, and they've sort of done that, right? Uh, this person. talks about this time when Raghu Mandava literally threw him out of a meeting at 8:15 in the morning and said that, look, don't come to me and discuss if it's not going to impact at least 10 million people. Forget greenlighting this project. Even this conversation is a waste of my time. Right? So this kind of obsession with scale and empowering, it's just like, consistently comes across from people that I've spoken to today, right? But there's also sort of uh, not a dark side, but in some senses, the circle's coming fully round because this telecom equipment CEO said that, look, Airtel was always a very pro partner company. It comes across in the way Sunil Mittal has built this business. So even when they work with partners, they would always ensure that they listen to the partners and allowed the partners the space and the margins to exist. But increasingly what's happened is, as telecom has become like a 2.5 player game in India, maybe 2.75 depending on what they're focusing on cutting costs and becoming more efficient. They've sort of changed the way they operate, and they're squeezing more and more and more from their partners, because frankly, I mean, the way they see it is like, who else are you going to go to?
Yeah.
Right? It's concentration of players doesn't just affect us consumers, it also affects vendors, because who do vendors sell to now? I mean, effectively, it's just Airtel and Jio today. Sita, do you remember the zero rating and free basics era from 2015?
Yeah, I remember free basics more than zero rating because I think the term itself is quite evocative.
Yeah, Free Basics was this massive advertising campaign which was run by Facebook around that time. Zero rating was such an inherently bad, proposal that came up during that time. What it essentially said was that, look, India has transitioned into becoming a large market where people are using data, but data is still expensive. People still have to pay something for data. So, hey, why don't we come up with this great model where people don't have to pay for data? Just like in the calling party model, if you receive a call, you never pay anything for it. So, you never have to worry about receiving calls. What if we did the same with data? What if you never had to wonder how much of data you're consuming because someone else is paying for it? The calling party on the data side. Now, what might be the calling party on the data side? The apps or services that you're using. So, if you're using Netflix and consuming data for Netflix, Netflix should be paying for it. If you're using some other service, whatever, Facebook, then Facebook should be paying for it. This was, I hate to say it, but a evil and insidious idea, because what it threatened to do to the overall telecom sector was create this sort of internet where somebody else who has deep pockets is paying your telco so that you can use their apps and services free of cost. Now, obviously, not everybody can afford to do this. So, today you use dozens of apps, hundreds of websites and services. Now, if you really think about how many of those have money to pay your telco so that you can use them for free, I don't know, maybe 10%, 15%. What about the others? What happens to their services? Well, their services don't become free. So users would suddenly end up being confronted with this option where they're like, look, if I use Facebook, I can use it all day. I can use Instagram all day. I can use WhatsApp all day. It doesn't cost me a dime, right? But if I use this rival service, let me use the example of Twitter. If I use Twitter, it costs me money. What do you think people do? They slowly start gravitating to those which are free. And this was zero rating, and Facebook's free basic was this
Why zero
global
rating?
campaign.
Because it costs you nothing?
Yes, the traffic becomes zero rated.
Oh.
It doesn't cost, right? Because behind the scenes, under the table, behind the curtains, whatever you want to call it, somebody is paying telcos. And this was arguably, probably easily, one of the most significant active missteps made by Airtel up till now.
And Facebook and Airtel were the lightning rods, right?
That's right. That's right. Facebook, of course, because it wanted to establish this global
Yeah.
campaign around free basics, where it said, look, we will make sure that Facebook is free. So if your app or service is within Facebook, that will also be free. Right? They ran these massive campaigns, hoardings, newspaper ads, etc., in India promoting free basics. And Airtel and Facebook were in discussions. And quick disclosure, around the same time, there was a body, a volunteer body that was formed in India called Save the Internet, with the objective of preventing this from becoming legal in India. And I was a part of Save the Internet. This was 2015, just a year
Before.
before I'd started the Ken.
So you had a dog in this fight.
Yes, I had a dog in this fight, and boy, was it a fight. Because what we did was we sort of, because on one hand, you had these giants like Airtel and Facebook, etc., lobbying for this to be allowed. Right, and advertising in the press and on the media and
I
with
remember these massive
regulators,
hoardings
etc.
on the highways in Bombay.
Yes. And all of them had these sort of poor people using the
Yeah.
internet for free. So it's like becomes sort of this thing that, are you one of those urban people who hates poor people having things for free? That was essentially how it was structured. And Airtel was also in talks with Flipkart to make Flipkart's apps and services free on Airtel.
I wasn't aware of this.
Yes, and I think it never happened. It never came to pass, because what Save the Internet and a bunch of other volunteers and people around that time did is that we created sort of this movement where we got consumers to write to regulators, TRAI, to the government, etc., and say, we do not want this. And it was in less than a month, between 27th March and April 2015, TRAI received over 1.1 million mails, protesting against this. And it became sort of like this people's movement. And ultimately, the government also got on the side of this movement, and it came up with the net neutrality. You have to understand that this period, there was a real risk that this would become a global thing,
Yeah.
because all over the world, telcos and the dominant sites were salivating over this possibility.
Especially in emerging countries. I remember reading this book called Careless People by a former executive at Facebook.
Yes.
It's a hilarious takedown of what Facebook does. And she talks about traveling with Zuckerberg to these Latin American countries, right? And where the narrative is this. And your people are so poor, they don't even have money for the essentials. Why should they pay for data?
I hate to say it, it's the white savior complex.
Yeah.
I have the book, I've started reading it. I haven't,
Yeah.
gotten to the meaty parts yet. I'm still at the first chapter. So this is playing out in India. And because, in large parts to the people's movement against this, the government essentially bans this and comes out with the net neutrality guidelines, which says that all telcos must treat all traffic equally. You cannot say that this traffic or these data bytes will be treated differently, given higher priority, and these will not be. And India becomes the country that sort of defines and draws a line in the sand around net neutrality, as a result of which the entire movement collapses around the rest of the world, because India sort of becomes the country that defines these very strong net neutrality guidelines, and very slowly this entire movement around zero rating and free basics dies. And I think that's one of the biggest missteps that Airtel made around that time. The aftermath, in Sunil Mittal's own words, the telecom industry's reputation is trending a notch above the tobacco industry. You drop a call or your data won't load, that's the only time you remember me by cursing me. 99% of the time when your data is working great, you don't even think of me. More importantly, this is also one of the most significant missteps for Gopal Vittal, who's rarely made mistakes of this nature, right? This person I was speaking to said, look, this was ultimately a Gopal Vittal call. But it wasn't just a Gopal Vittal call on his own. Everyone around the world, every telco wanted to do it, right? This person was said, I was in deep discussions with Facebook to do it in Africa and in India, and every telco had a version of this plan. Airtel just happened to be the one to kind of go first and do it, and they bore the brunt of it. This is interesting because this 2015, India bans this, net neutrality is enshrined, and we're in 2026 now. 11 years have passed, and something has started happening again. About a week ago, 10 days ago, Airtel has introduced this new feature which is called network slicing. And what they're now saying is that, look, we're now working with advanced 5G technologies that allow us to look at our overall network and figure out we can actually slice this and reserve it for our postpaid customers and offer them a better experience, right? And they've actually rolled it out. So for example, if you're on a postpaid connection and you open your postpaid connection, you'll typically see on the top, it'll say Airtel Priority Customer or Airtel Priority 4G. Now, this is one of the things that net neutrality guidelines disallowed. So I don't know how they're going to justify this, but there is news that they're explaining how they're doing it without violating net neutrality guidelines to the Department of Telecom. I'm sure lots of expensive lawyers and consultants are involved, and I'm sure this is possibly a trial balloon for how can you expand this and put more stuff into that, premium or preferred
And so
category.
that's how you get a lot of prepaid users to become postpaid users, because you become priority
That's right,
customers.
right. Premiumization is a trend which is playing out in sector after sector after sector. You've realized that most businesses have kind of hit limits on how big they can expand the market, and now if they want to make more money, they have to charge more from existing customers, and net neutrality somehow was standing in the way. And it's early days, we don't know how network slicing
There's no
and
campaign,
priority.
there are no hoardings this time.
I think Airtel learned that, lesson, that do not become too big. Do not like stand up in the storm, because this was actually another storm where they stood up and bore the brunt. Right? Like, I mean, they did not listen to Sunil Mittal's advice from the first time. When there is a storm, do not stand up. They bore the brunt this time. This is a great time for me to also tell you about the ken.com/intermission. Every episode of Intermission contains really in-depth website of its own built by our teams inside the Ken. Each of those sites contain infographics, data visualizations, reading lists, and source material that you can refer to. The link is in the show notes. Let's go back to the three body problems, Hita. Let me just start with the bodies themselves. Let's take the first body as, the first planet as technology. Now, since the time Airtel has started operations in 94, 95 to now, the influence of the technology body on Airtel has been significant, right? From 2G days to like 2.5G, 3G, 4G, now 5G. I think it's come a long way, where we were talking about, just barely the ability to make calls and send SMSs, and, data transfers at 9.6 Mbps to effectively 1 Gbps level data in the current networks, right? It's actually gone a huge distance. And even within that, if you look at spectrum alone, like, the sort of spectrum that Airtel had when it started out, and over the years, it's incredibly complex to keep track of. In other countries, what happens is operators are told, here is the spectrum that you can expect to get over the next 5 years, and they plan their networks around it. In India, what's happened is, you never know. This year, you might have some of your spectrum taken away from you. Next year, you may have to buy more spectrum for 5,000 crores. The next year, something else, right? So I think Airtel has done an incredible job of handling all of these technology shifts and sort of not being overly influenced by the technology body.
Like clockwork, right? Every few years there's a dramatic shift.
Absolutely. And what we don't understand is that modern smartphones use up to 20 plus different bands of spectrum. And at the back end, I think Airtel has always figured out, okay, I'm losing some spectrum, gaining some spectrum, I'll figure it out. Don't worry, we'll handle that. So I think they didn't just survive the influence of the technology body, I'd say they actually thrived in it. Which brings me to the second body, which is the regulatory body. Now, again, from the time they started to now, if you look at the number of shifts that Airtel and the telecom industry has to go through, from the beauty contest days in the early days to auctions to spectrum, the 4G spectrum auction stretched for like 34 days. And it essentially drew in more money than 2x the money that even the government was expecting, to all sorts of mobile number portability, calling party pays, reduction of interconnect charges. So it's like every year the rules were sort of changed. Sometimes benefiting players, sometimes bankrupting players. Once again, I think Airtel has managed to survive the influence of that second body also.
This is definitely the trickier of the two bodies, right?
Oh, you don't know when I come to the third body, which is the competition body. Let me talk to you about competition. We start in 1994 in India. There are about 8 to 10 operators, 2 per circle.
Yeah.
Then it moves to 4 to 6 per circle by the early 2000s, and a total of 14 to 15 pan India, including 12 to 14 per circle by 2010-11. Imagine any business, especially telecom business, where you have 12 to 14 operators per circle. It is crazy.
There was bound to be a shakeout.
Yes,
You
but
said more than once that it's an oligopoly everywhere. 3, 4
absolutely.
players.
There is economics theory which looks very specifically at telecom markets around the world. There are a couple of concepts which are minimum efficient scale, and there is something called a Herfindahl-Hirschman index, which typically economists look at to say how much is actually possible, right? Now, if there are 2 operators in a circle, it's generally considered too low. If there are 2 operators, like regulators know that they are typically going to collude and set prices, consumers will get the short end of the stick. If there are 3 operators, it's just the bare minimum. That's good, but that ensures a certain level of competition, right?
I guess 4 is too many.
No, 4 is not. 4 is actually historically it's considered the comfort zone where regulators feel if there are 4 operators, there will be competition. And 5 and above is rarely sustainable in the long term, right? Economists agree. But I remember living through this period and being a telecom journalist during this time, and people used to say, you know what, India is different. We can sustain, what do these economists in the rest of the world know? India will be able to sustain 12 to 14 players per circle, right? It's a question of how on earth did regulators ever allow that, right? But I think another question worth asking is that what on earth were these companies entering the sector smoking for them to think that they had a chance in hell?
I guess everyone thought they would be one of the 4.
This is peak telecom frenzy moment for India. Its subscriber base, in 2008, has grown from 250 million to 900 million dollars. Everyone is doing visual math saying, look, even if I get 2 to 3% of that, it's a great enough number. Everyone, every operator, every JV which is being formed has the right consultants and lawyers giving them the advice that they want to hear, saying that don't worry, you can make this, right? So there is a lot of that which is happening. But I think the other part also is that a lot of these companies which are entering really have no interest in becoming a profitable telco or running a telecom network in the long game. Because by now it's very clear that in India, licenses and spectrum are very valuable. So if you have licenses and spectrum which is available, you buy that. This is what actually Akhil Gupta and Sunil Mittal have gone through as well. But at least they were like, look, When licenses or spectrum are available, buy it, then build the network. Here now you attract a bunch of players who are like, we will simply get the licenses and spectrum, and then we'll figure out who wants to pay us for it. So a lot of the players who get in are not serious, but they get these licenses. It's FOMO on steroids, fear of missing out, right? The first pinprick to this, about 122 licenses are given out as part of this pan India. Like I said, 12 to 14
This was
operators
when?
per circle. This is 2008,
Hmm.
right? And the first pinprick for this bubble comes from Tata Docomo, and it's 1 paisa per second billing model, because that very quickly deflates a lot of the assumptions, calculations, and spreadsheets that consultants and companies and people have been building, saying, look how much money there is. Look, if we have just 50 million subscribers, but they will pay us X rupees per month, how much money we can make. That X rupees per month calculation collapses because of Tata Docomo, and of course, the collapse of our poor revenues, etc. And everyone quickly realizes that there's no way you can build these networks. Some valiantly try, but the body blow comes in 2012 when this case, by the way, which is also challenged in the courts, ends up in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court, in one fell swoop, cancels 122 licenses, right? It wipes out most of these newcomers and the joint ventures that they had formed in these operations. This is what's popularly called the 2G scam, right?
Yeah, I think it is one thing that the layperson in India knows about telecom. It's this.
It's
Right? I think there were months of headlines on page one, just 2G scam, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And so by the time the Supreme Court judgment comes in, and there is this sort of like axe which is taken to like all these new players who are hoping that they'll be like the 10th operator or the 12th operator or like the 8th operator. The players left standing are largely Airtel, Vodafone India, which was formerly Hutch, Idea Cellular, Reliance Communications, Tata Docomo, Aircel, and BSNL and MTNL, the state-owned operators. So in 2012, Gopal Vittal is studying how to build a great data-driven mobile network with Singtel as part of Bharti Enterprises. By 2013, when he comes in as CEO, Airtel is now the market leader. It's left standing, but it's got a 30%, roughly 30% market share, and it's followed by Vodafone and Idea. Reliance Communications is now struggling at number 4 position because the Ambani brothers have split, and this business now is managed by Anil Ambani. And this is how, in some senses, Sunil Mittal survives the influence of the third body, which is competition. It goes from 8 to 10 operators to 12 to 14 operators, and finally falls down to what I now call 2.75 operators. The real operators are really Jio, Airtel, and yes, there is the Vodafone Idea combined, but the government of India is a shareholder and is propping it up. So I sort of count it as a zero point 0.5 player. And then there is BSNL, which is state owned, which is, right? I count that as 0.25. So you have sort of, you add everything up, we are at a 2.75 operator market in India. Quick jump to June 2010. It's sandwiched between 2008, when these 122 licenses are handed out on a first come first serve basis, and 2012, when the Supreme Court essentially annuls all of them. What happens in 2010 is BWA, Broadband Wireless Access Auctions. A little known company called Infotel Broadband, who nobody has heard of, comes out of nowhere and ends up spending 12,800 crores to buy pan India, data only, wireless broadband spectrum. It is the only company in that entire auction to do so for India.
Yeah, reminds me of a company in the 90s, which did something similar. Himachal Futuristics Communication Limited, HFCL, owned by Mahendra Nahata. Interestingly, this company is run by his son, Anant Nahata. And once again, the Nahatas have managed to turn heads.
And they win the spectrum, pan India spectrum, by spending this enormous amount of money.
And like with HFCL, they don't have a lot of money. The company's net worth is a couple of crores. And they have bid 12,800 crore. Right? Naturally, everyone is wondering, where is all this money going to come from?
Literally hours after the auction closes, Reliance steps in and acquires 95% of Infodel Broadband for 4,800 crores.
And there's this interesting quote from Anand Nahata. He told CNBC this: when the bid prices started becoming high, we realized that we need to talk to a strategic partner. So we were talking to Reliance somewhere in between the auction. So it's not something which happened in one day.
So, taking him at face value, we have to understand that he went in with the intention of buying spectrum to set up a pan India wireless operator, but it got too expensive. And then they started talking with Reliance, and then Reliance said, "Don't worry, we'll come in and
Yes.
buy you out. Don't worry about it." But as it turns out, in the way events played out, Infodel ends up being seen as a proxy for Reliance. Also, so that most other operators wouldn't understand that Reliance itself was entering telecom, because if they did, there was a real risk that they would bid and push prices higher. And Reliance would end up paying much more for spectrum if it had, like, disclosed that it was the one that was entering the market.
And his brother is still running a struggling telecom company.
Yes, this is a data only license, and this is Mukesh Ambani's second attempt to disrupt Indian telecom. That same year, in 2010, the Indian government introduces a new universal license. Remember, the earlier universal license was CDMA and GSM.
Yeah.
Got merged, became sort of like a universal license. Now the Indian government says that, look, there's no point of segregating spectrum for data and for voice. We're introducing this new kind of universal license where it doesn't matter, at the end of the day, it's spectrum. How does it matter whether you're carrying data or voice? So everyone can do whatever they want on the spectrum that they own. There is a migration fee, which is a mere 1,658 crore. And
So Reliance gets to become a full-fledged.
yes, Reliance now has brought pan India spectrum, over which originally started out as you can only do data services over it, but by the end of this, Reliance essentially has the ability to offer mobility data, whatever it wants, over this spectrum. And of course, this is the context, leading up to Gopal Vittal's announcement as CEO. When he announced, when that is announced, is around the same time that Reliance announces the launch of Reliance Jio Infocom. Over the next 2 to 3 years, I mean, imagine Gopal's entry into Airtel at this point, right? He's joined Airtel, and he thinks that, like, I know I have to kind of transform this business and grow this. And in comes Reliance Jio Infocom again. And over the next 2 to 3 years, I think they spent a reported $22 billion building a 250,000 kilometer fiber backhaul. In the first attempt, it was 60,000 kilometers. Now we're talking about 2.5 lakh kilometers. They lease over a lakh towers. They get additional spectrum over what they've already bought from others, including Reliance Communications, which from Anil Ambani, etc. And they build an all 4G network from scratch.
Gopal couldn't have asked for a worse welcome gift.
Or by the reverse part of that Sunil couldn't have picked a better time to bring in Gopal as
Fair.
CEO. Right. The interesting thing is now Reliance is building a network from scratch. So it, once again, when it was building the first time round, when Mukesh Ambani tried to disrupt Indian telecom, everyone was running a GSM network, and he said, I will bet on CDMA. He does something similar this time as well. everybody is sort of running a GSM network. And when they had bought this spectrum, the technology that was most likely that most people thought would be used for wireless spectrum is something called WiMAX, which was kind of promoted by Intel. Instead, Mukesh Ambani and Reliance Jio bet on this still fledgling technology called TD-LTE, which now all of us know as LTE. It is still largely untested at scale, and the company that is pushing for it most and which has used it the most is China Mobile, right? Now the thing is, he feels, he's confident that LTE is the right way to build a 4G network. But the problem is LTE is still not ready, right? Its ecosystem is still not developed. The components, network, etc., smartphones for that is still not cheap enough. So what do? You've bought this spectrum, you've bet on this, so he has no option but to wait for the LTE ecosystem to essentially become bigger, for prices to drop, etc., and stuff like that. Once again, there is a soft launch. The soft launch happens in December 2015. Once again, it coincides with the birth anniversary of Mukesh Ambani's father, the late Dhirubhai Ambani. Once again, the modus operandi is scale, speed, price, and a media blitzkrieg. I quote him, Mukesh Ambani, on the actual launch which happened in September 2016. The era of paying for voice ends today. No Geo customer will ever have to pay for voice calls again.
This is the same guy who said the future is not voice but data.
Yes.
Rough more than a decade ago.
Yes.
Now he's saying no one's going to pay for voice.
And there's also the person who said that a call has to become as cheap as a postcard,
15
to
paise.
20 paise, right? So it is directionally the same bet. And Jio offers everything for free. Voice calls free forever, 4G data, SMS free till December 2016. And this free offer gets extended to March 2017. Now you can imagine the disruptive impact of a new operator coming into a telecom market and saying everything is free. And since Reliance has actually built its network using 4G and LTE, for it, it makes no difference whether it's carrying voice or data. Everything is data on the Reliance network. As a result of which, prices collapse, because for existing rivals, at this point in time, 65 to 75% of their revenue comes from voice calls. So when Mukesh Ambani is seeing the era of paying for voice is over, the rest of the operators are hearing 65 to 75% of their revenue
It's going to pay for us.
vanishing in the split second, right? Jio signs up 100 million subscribers in the first 170 days. Before it turns 2 years old, it's got 200 million subscribers. I quote one of the people I spoke to for this period. He says, if you offer free services to Indian consumers for something as fundamental as telecom, obviously it's going to destroy the market. That's why TRI had a regulation for years saying that you cannot offer anything free of cost for more than 60 days, because it is a high capex, large investment infrastructure play. If someone comes in who wields extraordinary economic power and decides to destroy the market, they can. And that's exactly what happened. More than half the players either went out of business or had to merge. For the rest of the industry, monthly ARPU collapses from a high of 2,202 in 2014 to roughly half, just 104 by 2019. We thought the three-body problem was over. It isn't. And it isn't just competition which is exerting its influence again, it is also regulation. Because in 2012, the government says that even existing operators will now have to rebid for their existing spectrum when their licenses are due for renewal. So the original licenses that were granted in 1994-95 were valid for 20 years. Now, people have built their businesses on that. Now, these licenses are due for renewal. Up till now, most operators thought that, okay, we will renew those licenses. But now the government says when they are up for renewal, we're going to remove spectrum and you'll have to pay for spectrum separately. It is sort of like saying you've built a large hotel on land which was you assumed is part of that lease, but now suddenly when your lease is due, you're told that the land prices have changed and you have to rebuy that land again, right? And that's not the only regulatory change that happens. By 2015, the interconnect usage charges, which is basically what one operator has to pay to another operator, are reduced from 20 paisa per minute to 14 paisa per minute. By 2017, it is reduced to 6 paisa per minute. So there is this. So if you are an operator, imagine now you're an operator and there is Geo which is there in the market, and a lot of Geo customers are making calls to you. Every time a Jio customer makes calls to you, you make money because Jio has to pay you the interconnect charges. But those charges keep getting dropped from 20 paisa to 16 paisa, 14 paisa, and then to 6 paisa.
So this has to be seen with what Mukesh Ambani said about no one having to pay for voice ever again.
Yes, and I think there is a charitable way of looking at this from a regulatory point of view as well, which is one can take the argument that look, the Indian regulators see the writing on the wall and they realize that India is a large country and we need to spur telecom players to work harder to essentially make things cheaper for end consumers. So there is an argument to be made that the regulator's job is also to force the industry to kind of compete and take costs lower. So there is that possibility to this argument, but it's undeniable that this argument also benefits Geo, which is actually making much more outgoing calls because
Because you've
everyone
told your subscribers you can make as many calls as you want, you can talk for
absolutely
as long as you want.
exactly, and you've said that like
Yeah.
there is no era where people will pay for voice,
Yeah.
right? And I think the obviously like this takes all of the incumbents once again by surprise, and they fight back. Initially, what they do is they try to kind of choke Geo at the interconnect. They just like there's not enough capacity. So when Geo customers call Airtel customers or Idea customers, etc., and stuff like that, sometimes the calls don't go through. Because interconnect isn't just a theoretical construct, it essentially means you need to have equipment to handle all these calls coming in. It is the equivalent of you pick up the phone in the olden days and hear a dial tone, which means you have that line available. Now imagine these companies have built their networks for their existing customers, and this new giant has come in and it is sending 10x, 20x more calls. They just don't have the capacity, they have to invest in it. So they sort of choke Jio in the early days, which goes to quote Mukesh Ambani makes this public claim that in the last week alone, Jio customers had suffered over 5 crore call failures because of insufficient interconnect capacity. The case, it boils through the Indian legal system, competition commission, etc., till begrudgingly the rest of the operators add interconnect capacity and it gets solved. Sunil Mittal's own reflection during this time, this is round 2. The same higher velocity of investments, they have the high-end product, the latest equipment, the latest IP-based network, but their position is very low. They give it free for a year. It's interesting how the organizational DNA persists. This is Sunil Mittal saying that, look, I see this, I've seen this exact playbook play out, and they're doing the same thing again. This other person I spoke to said, I didn't give Airtel more than a 30% chance of surviving, honestly. But Airtel prepared for Jio like it was preparing for war. There have been leaks of Sunil Mittal's calls, video calls with his leadership team during this time. Incredibly aggressive. They wouldn't let a single premium customer go. They defended their core territories, Karnataka, Delhi, Punjab, where the big profits were. Gopal's focus during this time was maniacal. If a customer put a second SIM into their phone, they track why and offer an aggressive deal to move them back 100% to Airtel. So there are war rooms that are set inside and they're able to look at if you have a dual SIM phone and suddenly they detect that you're making fewer calls and there's a second SIM or you've been moved to the second SIM, etc. They figure out and they start giving you offers because they fight territory for territory, premium customer by premium customer because they're They do not want to lose any market share
And this
to
was
Jio at
also
all.
the time when dual SIM phones really took off, right? Everyone, they didn't want to give up their existing connection, Vodafone or Airtel, but
Correct.
they all got a Geo connection because it cost next to nothing.
That's right. And the important thing is that Airtel was fighting for every premium customer during this time. It also uses this opportunity to acquire a bunch of smaller operators that are going belly up, which brings new subscribers and spectrum to it. It starts to upgrade its own network to 4G. This is the interesting part, right? It upgrades its own network to support 4G, and it launches it before Jio commercially launches, right? Airtel launches its 4G network in August 2015 across 300 cities. In many ways, this is exactly what Gopal Vittal had been preparing for in 2012 when he was studying how to build a data network. He's now playing it out against a rival that he didn't hope to kind of fight against. Gopal essentially starts to transform Airtel, not just from competing against Jio, but as an organization itself. It goes on a fundraising spree. It raises billions of dollars to pay off another bomb that's been dropped on it, which is AGR. It has to pay this kind of backdated check for all the spectrum that it has been using, right? It goes ahead and lists Airtel Africa in 2019. We spoke about it. Airtel launches a payments bank in 2016, becoming the first Indian company to do so. Like Akhil Gupta in the 2000s, who figured out outsourcing as a way to kind of save Airtel, Vittal also has some corporate judo tricks up his sleeve. The most interesting of this is voluntarily downsizing your own customer base.
How do they do that?
In November 2018, Airtel launches something called the minimum ARPU concept. Means a certain amount of minimum money that they have to make per subscriber. It forces every subscriber on its network to pay money to recharge at least once every 15 days, right? Those who don't can't even receive incoming calls.
So it's no longer a monthly plan, it's a 15-day plan.
So here's there is nuance here, and it goes back to the point that you made about dual SIM. So what's been happening during this time is Airtel has this bunch of course, before Jio came in, bunch of customers who were using their SIMs, and now many of them have taken, let's say, a Jio SIM, and they use the Airtel SIM as a backup SIM, using it only sparingly. So Airtel never makes any money from them. And because incoming calls are free, a lot of these people get to keep the Airtel number as active, right? So they
Okay.
don't use, so they don't contribute revenue to Airtel, and they get to keep the Airtel number. And
Airtel has to pay every time they get a
and
call
and
from.
and and Airtel and Gopal are like, why are we keeping these people? They don't add any value to us. I think it is an incredibly ambitious and bold move, because few companies ever go and get rid of their existing customers even if they're unprofitable, especially in telecom, right? We went down from 333 million subscribers to 284 million because we revised our subscriber definition based on a minimum ARPU plan. We shed 49 million customers as a consequence of that. This is Gopal Vittal during one of the Airtel quarterly meetings. That's incredible.
So
Now,
you're losing a tiny country.
yeah,
You're willing to lose a tiny country.
and they did. Purging 49 million low value users, most of which, by the way, are using 2G feature phones, etc. Now, it in one hand, you get rid of unprofitable users, right? Which reduces now the demand on your 2G network, which allows it to start aggressively repurposing parts of its 2G network and spectrum for its 3G and 4G customers, right? So, in some senses, by purging unwanted users, it brings back capacity to its network, it improves the quality of its network for those who stay with it, right? It takes existing spectrum bands that were being used for 2G earlier, and it moves them to 4G. So what this does is, during this time period, the quality of Airtel's network for its paying customers, premium customers, goes up significantly, whereas the opposite is happening on Jio. Because Jio's now set up, yes, when it launches, it is all 4G, it's extremely fast, but the more it gets caught in this adverse selection thing where so many people are using it free of cost or at very low cost that it strains the network, and the data speeds start to reflect in Airtel instead of Jio. So Airtel, the irony here is interesting because Airtel, which started out as a premium player under Sunil Mittal and was forced to become a mass player after the first arrival of Reliance under Mukesh Ambani, now ends up going back to the premium positioning after the second arrival of Mukesh Ambani as part of Jio. But this time it's doing it of its own choosing. I think there's a certain amount of beauty in that irony. One of the other things that Gopal Vittal does after shedding low value customers who don't use Airtel often enough is to focus on existing premium customers and within them families. And I think someone told it to me, so I really got the importance of that. Look, and this person said nobody had a family plan in the industry. So it was very easy for Jio or a rival to pick off one or two phones in every household, right? There was nothing holding the household together. So there would be a primary phone, a child's phone, a spouse's phone, household help's phone, the mother's or father's phone, and all of these SIMs one by one start getting converted off to Jio. The one Airtel family plan would have been a major defense against this ridiculous onslaught. This is when this was playing out. In response, of course, Airtel creates this one Airtel journey which integrates all family plans across mobile, DTH, broadband, financial services, etc. into one common monthly billing and into the common app which is called Airtel Thanks. I only realized the importance of that. I mean, I've been a Airtel family user for a while, and I just thought it was convenient to do so. But only after this person told it to me did I realize that how strategic it is, because then you sort of pay for everyone. So instead of four separate broadband, like four separate mobile connections or three separate mobile connections and a broadband connection and this thing, it's just one single bill a month, which is convenience for the customer. But from Airtel's point of view, suddenly you're defending a family. And it's so much more harder for someone else, a Jio, to come in and take that entire family because you have to convince each of them to kind of switch.
So you basically first get rid of all your low value customers, then you turn to your premium customers and you try to figure out how to offer them more, right? And how to keep them with you.
Yes. Now, what this does, what Gopal and Sunil Mittal's fight back against Jio does, needs to be contextualized. If you look at Jio, they broadly had four dreams. The first one was scale, and not just scale, massive scale, because he said that's how Reliance works. They're not interested in just profit or just revenue. They want absolute scale, right, in anything that they do, and you have to give it to them. They nailed it. The second thing that they wanted to do is they didn't just want to create a telecom operator, they wanted to build a proper digital services house where they're not just a telco, but there's also now Geo Hotstar, there's Geo Music, and they've got decent success at that. But there are two dreams of Geo that they haven't really cracked. The two parts where Airtel did much better was first was B2B, which is business to business. Jio wanted to become the premium B2B or business offering for business offerings. It couldn't. It had huge ambitions. It wanted to become a cloud and hosting provider for Indian SMEs and businesses. It wanted to provide premium B2B fiber services to businesses, etc. That was the third dream. And the fourth dream was they wanted to become the best broadband player as well. Remember, they laid all this 2.5 lakh kilometers of broadband fiber. And this person said that, look, if we're being honest, on dreams 3 and 4, Jio is nowhere where it wanted to be. Because on the B2B side and on the broadband side, Airtel actually staved them off, and it can be argued actually won those two wars as well. How did they do that? Well, I mean, they were generally always strong on the B2B side, but and the company that was actually strongest when it comes to enterprise segment for providing mobility, telephony, telecom services to businesses was Vodafone, right? Because traditionally, globally, Vodafone had been strong in it, so it also had a lot of relationships in India that allowed it. But the gradual decay slash collapse of Vodafone Idea in India meant that a lot of its customers were dissatisfied. So Airtel did an incredible job of going in and capturing those customers.
I can see why. I mean, I can see how Airtel managed to do that, but the very fact that Jio wanted to reconcile these two things, this, low cost, mass market product for individuals, and this, B2B product, premium product.
Premium, reliable,
Yes.
right? It's
Yeah.
very rare for
Yeah.
organizations to be able to kind of focus on both.
Yeah.
And I am this,
Mm.
it's almost like a Jekyll and Hyde sort of like,
Yeah.
behavior, right?
Yeah.
And of course, there were a bunch of other collapses that conveniently happened around that time on the B2B side. For example, Tulip Telecom, you'll remember, was one of those companies. So I think Airtel very cannily under Gopal Vittal just made sure that they kept their focus on the enterprise and B2B segment, and they captured market share that was available from other companies that were not doing well. I got a brilliant quote from someone I spoke to, and they said, look, when this sector started collapsing, it was like taking candy from a kid. Bharti Airtel just did it best. This was both on the consumer side as well as on the enterprise side, because as other telcos were also like struggling and trying to figure out, including Vodafone Idea, I think Bharti just came in and said, look, we are much better. Look at our services. And the same thing happened on the enterprise side as well. Q to where we are now, if you look at the most recent numbers that are available, which is the last quarter of FY 2026, when you look at subscribers, Jio is the leader. It has 490 million users, and Airtel is slightly behind them at 474 million users. But if you look at ARPU, which is the average revenue per user, Airtel has the highest ARPU in the industry. It's at 257 rupees. Jio's is much lower at 214 rupees. So Airtel has done an incredible job of going after the premium users and retaining them well. If you look at average monthly data consumption per user, Jio's is 42 GB per month per user. So an average Jio user is using 1.4 GB per day. And Airtel has lower consumption. It is roughly 1 GB per day, coming down to about 31 GB. So I think it's clear that Reliance has more subscribers and more subscribers using more data, but Airtel is making more money from its
Yeah.
users, which I think must be credited to Gopal Vittal's foresight.
And even by subscriber count, they're not far behind. We're talking about 490 and 474.
Yeah, sum this up. This person who spoke to me said, over the last 6 to 7 years, Sunil truly felt his back was against the wall, but everyone knows he's given Jio a pretty decisive blow. Not destroyed them, but everyone thought he'd be the one who'd roll over, like Vodafone. But if Jio were honest, they'd say Sunil has shattered their dream. That's the only reason Sunil might say, I don't want to poke the bear, I've done well, the money's coming in, and I don't need to beat my chest. A quick hello for those of you tuning in for the first time. This is episode 3 of Intermission, the Ken's long form podcast on the companies that changed modern India. In episodes 1 and 2, we covered Asian Paints and Bajaj Finance, two companies that transformed their industries and became category defining businesses. They're streaming right now, you should check them out. And we have a lot more coming. It's clear to me that the reason Airtel has survived the three body problem all this while is because of the presence of a fourth body at the center. And that fourth body is Sunil Bharti Mittal, or SBM as he's known within Airtel and the rest of the industry. Now, SBM, Sunil Mittal, has, like, he sold visions to partners his entire career. If you really think of it, like, from the earliest of convincing the likes of Telecom Italia, British
Before that,
Telecom,
Ericsson.
Ericsson, Singtel, IBM. If you look at these organizations, none of these are small organizations, right? They've got boards, they've got investment committees. But what Sunil Mittal managed to do was to convince them to take a bet on himself and on Airtel when they were much smaller. Some of the things that came up about the way Sunil Mittal operates. First, yes, the CEO runs Airtel, but it is very much Sunil Mittal's company. He's the man who, if he gets an idea, he'll just pick up the phone and he'll just like speak or send a message. He needs a CEO, someone said, who's a great commander, but not a king. There is a distinction between the commander and the king. That's why some of the former CEOs, like for example Manoj Kohli and Gopal Vittal, worked, and that's why this person insisted that there was like a fallout between Sanjay Kapoor and Sunil Mittal, because Sanjay Kapoor, in some senses, was like, look, I'm the CEO, I'll run the business. You're the man who provides the money. Why don't you be part of CIF forums and let me run the business, right?
I don't think any hands-on Indian promoter would want to hear that.
Absolutely, and certainly not Sunil Mittal, right? In contrast, Sunil Mittal loves Gopal because Gopal somehow has developed the ability to tolerate this, what you would probably call interference, but with a smile. In Sunil's own words, the taxonomy of how he sees Airtel versus other businesses is PP versus PE. What is PP and what is PE? He calls organizations like HUL, Hindustan Unilever Limited, from where he poached and repoached Gopal Vittal, as PP, which is professionally led and professionally supported. Right? It's the organizations are led by professionals, individual business groups are led by professionals, and the board itself is comprised of professionals, right? There is no promoter. And then he sees Airtel as something called PE, which is professionally led but entrepreneur supported,
And
which
then
is where
owned by an entrepreneur, but run by
that's right, right? And not just owned, it is actively supported, right? There are a lot of businesses in India which are ultimately owned by promoters or families. But I think the difference in Airtel is, like, he's not just an owner, he's pretty much almost a borderline operator. Where does, like, I mean, examples of some of this, the way he's kind of shaped Airtel around this is, if you look back to when British Telecom was an investor, I think they had requested permission to nominate some of their executives to Bharti. Now, if you, I mean, if I were to ask you, if any Indian business or conglomerate of a certain scale had a foreign partner as an investment partner, and that foreign partner says, "Look, I want to appoint my nominees to your board or company," what would you think the Indian entrepreneur would say?
I think the board goes without saying. If you have a stake, I mean, if you have a sizable stake, you get a seat at the
That's a
table.
contractual
But
thing, right?
management, I don't think any promoter
Rarely
would be
ever.
okay with it. Yeah.
Right. And I think that's one of the, I mean, in my research, it comes out one of the strongest qualities of Sunil Mittal is his willingness to always look outside of what is there in Airtel and try to somehow bring that in. So, for example, in this case with British Telecom, he actually used this as a way to bring in management talent from British Telecom at their sort of expense, right? Because while everyone else would say the interference, he saw that as a way to kind of bring in talent at somebody else's, and that led to significant growth and evolution for Bharti itself. Very interesting anecdote from someone I spoke to about Sunil Mittal's technical capabilities. Remember, Sunil Mittal is not an engineer. Remember, he started a bicycle parts business when he was 19, left Ludhiana and went to Bombay. This person gave me an example. I mean, he said that, look, do you know that, I mean, forget telecom CEO, Sunil Mittal, who's the founder of this business, can actually draw network block diagrams, which is typically the technical version of how a network is. And he gives me this example of, look, there's every year when the Mobile World Congress happens, there is this He referred to Barcelona, where it usually happens, and said there is this off the books meeting of CEOs that takes place, right? Like, the biggest telecom CEOs in the world. The year that, like, this person is referring to, there were a bunch of CEOs, Sunil among them, the Vodafone CEO, the Orange CEO, the Deutsche Telekom CEO, and each of them is sort of accompanied by what's called one Sherpa, right? Like, and this person says Sunil was one of the most technically minded CEOs in that room. He was discussing APIs and network diagrams, etc. It takes a lot of education and studying, right? That's the extent of Sunil Mittal's involvement. This is the person who left Goa and transplanted himself
In
in
London.
London to learn telecom networks, still today being on top of the game after the number of evolutions that's happened in tech. The ambition that Sunil Mittal is playing for is no longer India. Sunil wants to be spoken of as one of the top 5 telco groups in the world. Now, who could be like, and my question was like, but wait, aren't there enough telco groups in the world, like, that aspire to this? And this person's answer was very instructive. He said, look, if you really look at the Americans, they really don't want to expand so much outside America. That basically leaves 4 big European groups: Telefonica, Deutsche Telekom, Vodafone, and Orange, and 2 Southeast Asian groups, Singtel and Axiata. I mean, even Telenor has been scaling back. Sunil essentially wants to buck that trend. That's why he differentiates from a Geo. For him, Geo is like a decent domestic story, but he'll have Africa, India, Sri Lanka, and even British Telecom, in which he's now accumulated a 25% stake. That's the table he wants to be playing on. So, together with Gopal Vittal, Sunil has built what's easily one of the most lucrative telecom businesses in one of the most brutal telecom markets in the world over the last 2 decades, right? If you look at Airtel today, it has over 665 million subscribers globally, right? Generates close to 7,500 crores of profit per quarter and a 60% EBITDA margin. And it's not just this, it's not just all cold hard business. Airtel over the years has contributed to the zeitgeist and popular culture of India. Do you remember that iconic A.R. Rahman jingle?
Yeah, very clearly.
Sounds cool. Hey, do you want to hear this? It's nice.
You want to add something more?
Living a dream, living a hope, let the rhythm take control. Living this day, living it now, live the moment right now.
You follow A.R. Rahman's curve work, like you said, what at this point he was at the peak of his career?
Yeah, this was a year after Lagan, a couple of years after his Tamil hits Alai Payude, Kandugunde and Kandugunde. And you heard a lot of A.R. Rahman, but you didn't really see him in ads or music videos, right?
And this was the first time he actually didn't just compose the jingle, apparently which he just composed on a lark, but they actually got him, Airtel got him to star in the campaign as well, for which the Airtel ad campaign team had to actually go to London where he was and convince him to
Oh.
star in the ad as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what difference that made, but it is certainly one of the iconic ads of that period.
From that iconic ad to today, 2002, and we're in 2026, Airtel has come a long way. This person who said he's met Gopal recently after all the Geo fight is over says that, look, they're not worried. The defensive mindset from 2019 to 2021, where they felt they just had to fight to survive, is gone now. They're now looking at things like hyperscalers, policy, that kind of stuff.
By hyperscalers, you're referring to Amazon Web Services and
all
Google
these
Cloud.
large, like, cloud operators, from these days, it's everyone who's setting up, right? Like, the Amazons, the Googles, the Azures, even Indian operators who are now getting into the space, from the Hiranandani group to Adani, etc. So that's like a significant shift which is taking place in the infrastructure space, which will affect telecom. We're discussing what Sunil Mittal is thinking of from Airtel, because at the end of the day, this is an organization that is built out of nothing, right? Um, the same person said that, look, he's been riding this tiger nonstop for the last 20 years, right? And it's almost always been this fight for survival, figuring out, I mean, regulators have dealt you a hand, you figured it out, technology has dealt you a hand, but for the first time, he's now free to make multi-decadal bets. One of those bets is Airtel Africa. It is, you can absolutely think of it as a multi-decadal bet, right? Where, he bought it at an expensive valuation, took him a while to fix it, but finally they've got
Tried to sell it but couldn't.
tried to sell it, couldn't, but now it's listed, it's independent and will operate on its own. And in fact, Airtel is actually taking up its stake in Airtel Africa. The next biggest decadal bet that Airtel and Sunil Mittal seems to be making, Sunil Mittal specifically, is OneWeb, which is, the game of launching satellites into space and providing internet, broadband, and connectivity via satellites.
There's going to be so much more attention on this now that SpaceX is going public and SpaceX owns Starlink, OneWeb's
Absolutely.
competitor, biggest
Absolutely.
competitor.
Absolutely. So when Sunil Mittal originally did this, he sort of apparently did it on a lark. He got a sweet financial deal because OneWeb was in trouble and it needed to be saved, right? But now, as things have turned out, because of SpaceX and Elon Musk, and a lot of the work actually that Elon Musk has done to show that, look, this isn't just on paper, but you can actually do things with satellites, hundreds of satellites in space. OneWeb has become much more strategic. Another decadal bet is taking his stake, or of the family stake, to 51%. Sunil Mittal made a surprise appearance in the most recent Airtel quarterly investor call, where he said, and I quote him, "My own wish is that in the next decade, as I kind of come to a point where I hand over the reins to the next generation as shareholders, Bharti Telecom should get back to a controlling shareholding of 51%. And we'll talk about this. Remember, this shareholding is currently layered through a bunch of companies. But why is he talking about 51%? He's built this giant of a company over these decades. This has never been a problem. Why is it becoming now? And I think that's interesting because Sunil Mittal should be 70. He's born in 57. So next year he will be 70, which means roughly by the end of his decadal plan, he's going to be 80. What is the next generation for Sunil Mittal? It's his children, twins Kavin and Shravin, and daughter Isha. Shravin is currently the deputy chair for Airtel Africa, which is absolutely one of the decadal bets for Airtel. Gopal Vittal, after has been elevated the India CEO. He's no longer the India CEO because there's a new CEO. I'll talk about it. But Gopal Vittal has been elevated to the executive vice chairman of Airtel, and he has been inducted onto the Airtel Africa board. So you sort of get the sense of Airtel's importance, given that Gopal Vittal has been moved to the board, and Shravin also is the deputy chair for that. Shravin has also worked with Bharti Global. He's also been on the board of OneWeb, which is the satellite bed. So it's very clear that Shravin is part of two key bets which have to play out: Africa and OneWeb. And then there's his twin, Kavin Mittal. Now, Kavin has been in India largely, and he's been running Hike for much of that. Hike was a messenger app that he had started. It ran for 13 years. At its peak, it had 100 million users in 2016. As it turns out, one of the things that was responsible for its demise and ultimate death was Jio. because Jio's arrival and the collapse of data prices and the explosion of database services was in many ways like, the thing that sort of started the downslide for Hike. Coven pivoted Hike from a messenger app to a Web3 based gaming app. But as you know, that too in India came under the regulatory gaze and online gaming got banned. And finally, he shut it down in 2025.
So he's got no role whatsoever in any of the Bharti
In
businesses.
the Airtel businesses right now, to my knowledge, he doesn't. And this, I think, but this, to contextualize this from a slightly different perspective, I was speaking to someone who said that, look, this is actually one of the biggest risks that corporate India is facing right now, which is the transfer or handover to the next generation. The next generation, and I'm not referring now specifically to either Shravin or Kavin or Isha or the Mittal transition, but this person said that, look, the next generation by and large has not shown that they have the gumption to really reimagine businesses for the next era. Like, for instance, the way Mukesh Ambani did it after taking over the reins of Reliance after the passing of Dhirubhai Ambani, right? Many of them are good money managers, they're investing, they're dabbling, etc. But it hasn't really been that successful. Let's get to Sunil Mittal's desire to take the shareholding in Bharti Telecom to 51%. Now, very briefly, there's Bharti Airtel, which is the company which you're talking about, above which sits Bharti Telecom, which controls it, above which sits Bharti Enterprises, above which sit Bharti Enterprise Holdings, above which sit Sunil Mittal's, Rajan Mittal's, and Rakesh Mittal's family trust, which control it, right? So there is a fairly complex structure, which is not necessarily like, new to just Airtel, but most Indian conglomerates, right? Bharti Telecom, the company that we're talking about, currently holds about 40.4% of Bharti Airtel, right? And this is the company where Sunil Mittal says he wants, this is the controller, which he's saying we want to take a controlling shareholding because it controls Bharti Airtel. And it currently has a 40.4%. In order to take it to 51%, which is roughly, let's say, 10 percentage points, he would need to spend about 1 lakh crore because that's how valuable Bharti Airtel is, right? And Sunil Mittal in the quarterly earnings call said that much of this will be done using buybacks and dividends to fund it over the next 3 to 4 years. Now, so in order to where does it get buybacks and dividends from? It of course gets it from Airtel.
Airtel, yeah.
So it is hoping to generate a certain amount of cash flow which comes from Airtel to buy more stake in Airtel, which brings us back to Airtel in some senses. And Airtel has a new CEO and his name is Shashwat Sharma and he's 42. Pretty much around the same age when Gopal Vittal was when he first came to Airtel as director marketing. Interestingly, like Gopal, Shashwat Sharma also is ex-HUL, right? He passed out from IIM Ahmedabad and he worked at HUL for close to 14 years. Gopal worked at HUL for close to 16 years, right? And Shashwat joined Airtel in 2018 for the first time as Chief Marketing Officer. Again, he came into this organization in a marketing role like Gopal Vittal, right? And over the 8 years, from 2018, he went from Director Marketing to Head of Consumers and DTH to COO, Chief Operating Officer, and now CEO.
So HUL is their IM.
HUL, well, yes, you could actually argue that, but also that HUL already incorporates IIM because Gopal Vittal was from IIM Calcutta and Shashwat Sharma is from IIM Ahmedabad. So you solve for HUL, you solve for IIM automatically, right? You know, this is interesting because the similarity between both of them is so striking, right? Like, their age, their relative pedigree, their paths. You have to understand that, look, when Gopal came in, you could make the argument that Sunil wanted to bias Airtel away from being like a telecom, technical, operational business to a consumer business. So he sort of brought in Gopal Vittal from HUL and he, gave him that path from head of marketing to CEO. But they're doing that same thing again, right? Which means that this is the direction of Airtel for the near term, which is it needs someone who's capable and who comes in with that marketing and distribution knowledge and learns the rest, right? So that's the thing with Shashwat. Um, this is a verbatim quote, right? A person I spoke to said that, look, when I saw this, when Airtel made Shashwat Sharma such a young person CEO, and I was like, there is no other corporate business house in India that's going to hand over 30,000 crores of profit to a 42-year-old. It's just not happening. And that's actually so true. Can you imagine that? This is not a small business. This is literally like 30,000 crores of profit. This person was like, can you imagine any other? Can you imagine any
No,
other
and this
family
is
business in India?
no, certainly not, and not just 30,000 crore in profits, but also the third most valuable company in the country.
It's incredible. I think it's, I mean, you, it only reinforces the fact that Airtel is not resting on what it has built. It continues to place bold and risky bets. Absolutely, it is a risky bet, right? But the other thing which is interesting for me is that because he is young, and because now Sunil Mittal is thinking in terms of decades, it sort of makes sense. If you look at the canvas for Gopal Vittal to essentially prove himself as one of the greatest CEOs in India, it starts in 2013 and it takes about 12 years, 13 years, like, for him to prove. So it takes a decade for him to truly make his mark. And if you again look at Shashwat now, Shashwat joins as a 42-year-old in 2026, like, and if you look at a decadal bet, you give him that space to prove himself as well, right?
Another way of looking at it is if Sunil Mittal could give a 40 something Gopal Vittal the top job in 2013, when there are so many things going against you, why would you not do the same thing when everything is in your favor right now?
I have a counter to that. I mean, from the outside, as a layperson, you could argue that in 2012, we spoke about how Airtel was going through one of its worst periods ever. So you can argue that Sunil Mittal had to think out of the box to rescue the company from that moment. So it needed someone with an external perspective. One could make the argument that today you don't need to kind of like, do that because you've got this business which is humming along. But there's also the fact that Shashwat is not new to Airtel. He's been at Airtel and he's actually been groomed through the ranks. And this is one of the things which is very strong at Airtel. They have a very strong succession planning. We spoke about it earlier when we were talking about Bharti Enterprises, etc. You can see how he's been consciously groomed from being head of marketing to eventually becoming chief operating officer to now CEO, right? Like, it's a very shortened path, 8 years, but they've done it, right? But if you look at it from Shashwat's point of view over the next 10 years, it's no longer going to be the same game as earlier. It's artificial intelligence and how that reshapes telecom and infrastructure and mobility. That's going to be the biggest canvas for Shashwat to prove himself, right? And there too, I think Gopal Vittal has done an incredible job of handing over a bunch of solid assets for Shashwat to build upon, right? So Shashwat Sharma's 10 to 15-year arc is set. Akhil Gupta just resigned from Bharti Airtel in March after spending 32 years with the company. So he's gone. Gopal Vittal's post CEO arc is sort of beginning to shape up. He's, moved to Airtel Africa's board. He's been promoted to vice chairman. He's still around. He's not going anywhere. So there's a bigger question that, like, that emerges around Gopal's future, which frankly, for a lot of people, is more vital than Shashwat's role himself, which is what does Gopal become for Airtel and for Sunil Mittal? Does he become sort of like this long-term 10-15-year advisor? Does it sort of start to become something like a Tata Trust equivalent that like advises and guides the family? There's that. But you also sort of get the sense that Sunil Mittal has now, for the last 5 to 10 years, been weaving these really big, long, ambitious strands together that play out over 10-year periods. What are these strands? If you look at it, we discussed there's Shashwat Sharma strand, there is a Gopal Vittal strand, there is Singtel strand. Singtel has said that it is diluting its direct stake in Airtel, and Sunil has been trying to get some of that stake back, right? Like, which explains the Bharti Telecom stake going up to 51%. There is Airtel Africa, which will definitely play out over decades. There is the 25%, close to 25% stake that Airtel has bought in British Telecom, right, which it wants to take up. Just over the last week, it emerged that Airtel was talking to the British government to increase its stake in British Telecom to about 29%. And I think, if I'm not, just yesterday news broke that the UK government is not allowing them to. But you get the sense that they're directionally, it's not just Africa, there's also British Telecom. There is OneWeb, which is again a long bet of satellite based internet and communication. There is AI and hyperscalers, which is again multi-decadal bet. And there are, of course, the children, Shravin and Kavin and Isha. And there is a Mittal family. Let's not forget, we haven't spent a lot of time talking about that, but both Rajan Mittal and Rakesh Mittal are also shareholders and together control as much as Sunil Mittal, and they also have children. And we've seen how intergenerational transition plays out in Indian families, right? So you sort of see all these strands sort of coming together and playing out over like a 10-year period. This is something Sunil Mittal has never done before. He's always been irreplaceable. And now he's creating a plan to make himself irrelevant to the future of Airtel. But if there's one thing that we've learned from the Airtel story, it is, do not bet against Sunil Mittal's determination. Deciding to increase his stake. Starred in the ad.